Hello everyone, this is Tormuse, and today I'm going to be picking up the club meetings mod for Doki Doki Literature Club again, continuing Season 4, where I left off. I kind of have to start the thanks, Stream Elements, start the session by saying that something is a little different today. I have a broken wrist. Well, specifically, I have a broken scaphoid bone. It's one of the carpal bones, one of the little bones in the hand. Yeah, I had an accident and I fell on my bike. I hit a pothole and like landed on my outstretched hand, and it was very painful. And For at least 2 weeks, uh, probably longer. I'm going to have to. Hey, and Dev's here. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Yeah, for the next couple of weeks, at least, I'm going to have to get used to doing everything with one hand. Fortunately, this mod only requires one hand. I mean, unless Dev did some crazy coding that I wasn't aware of that somehow requires two hands. But ads occurring. Wait, ads occurring now. Oh, right. Well, darn. Um, yeah, because it doesn't. It's a what it's supposed to disable the. Let's exit Discord here. Um, like it's supposed to disable pre-roll ads, like the ones which come up when you first. Now out, cool. Yeah, it's supposed to disable the pre-roll ads, that is to say the ads when you first log into a stream. But it still has to wait 5 minutes before the first ad break plays before that engages. So anyway, let's just. I believe this is all the same normal stuff. Yes, I agree. And we get to see the splash message. She's still owed something? Now, who could that be referring to? Monica, perhaps? I mean, it's some of these splash messages feel like it's implied that Monica is saying them, but it's or maybe the implication is that the simulation, the game, is generating them somehow. I don't know. Think they were interested? Yeah. Yeah, there's going to be another like proper ad break in 5 minutes. So I'm just going to kill time for a bit. It's all good because I have an excuse to talk about the thing at this time because broken wrist and all. This sucked. What can I say? I'm just thankful that I live in Canada, where universal free healthcare. It costs me nothing to go to a hospital emergency room and get the joint set in position and casted, and I had to sit in the waiting room for a few hours because they have to follow triage and treat life-threatening conditions before mine. So how is the wrist feeling? It's sore. Sayori's presence week. That's right. Yeah, forgotten about that. It's not as bad as yesterday. Like I was kind of. I mean, okay. Like whenever. Okay, comes back to my RMT training. Whenever there's an injury, there are two basic reactions that the human body has, which is inflammation, that is swelling, and muscle guarding, like the muscles like tense up around it. It's an instinctive, like you're trying to protect the injury kind of reaction. These are like automatic reactions that the body does to try to protect the injury, but they don't have a good shut-off mechanism. They often they build up until they actually interfere with healing. And they actually end up making it more sore, and that it takes time for those processes to occur. So you often don't feel the real pain of it until like a day or two later. So like yesterday when this actually occurred, I was like, like, ah, crap, I've got this is probably gonna be like extra sore the next couple of days. It's not so bad today. It was worse last night when I was trying to just sleep with it. I you know, had some Tylenol, you know, risking making myself more autistic. Ha ha ha. That's, yeah. By taking the Tylenol, but yeah, once I got a good night's sleep, it's not as bad now. It's yeah, yeah. Well, um, yeah, sorry, the Tylenol thing, the Tylenol to causing autism thing is a reference to the recent announcement from RFK Jr. saying that they're claiming that Tylenol causes autism now. It's bullshit. It's all made up, and it doesn't matter. Trump is spouting this nonsense anyway. He's even falling back to the Andrew Wakefield bullshit. Excuse my language. Claiming that the MMR vaccines have to be split up when that's something that the disgraced Dr. Andrew Wakefield famously and or infamously was claiming that they had to do because he wanted to make more money with his individual vaccines. It was all bullshit. There was never a real thing. And Mako's here. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Oh, ad break has started. Meanwhile, in American healthcare, yeah, yeah. Like I said, I'm glad. I'm glad that I'm in Canada when this happened. I hear I would have had to like pay a lot of money for this if I lived in the U.S. So I'm thankful for living in Canada. Like yeah, like had to wait in line for a few hours, but I don't mind. It's perfectly, yeah, it's perfectly fine. The doctors and the X-ray technician, they were very professional and courteous, and I appreciated their help in sorting this out. Basically, the happened to your hand. I was riding a bike and hit a pothole, and I fell down and landed on my hand, and I broke my scaphoid. It's the try to point the like this bone right in here, roughly. It's like right, the thumb metacarpal bone is here, and then the like it's the bone that's like in this area. Yeah, the Amy good. I've been better. Trying to get used to doing everything with one hand. Fortunately, this game should only require one hand, so I should be able to do some streaming. I am gonna have to take a break from Silksong. That's unfortunate, but what can you do? I'll hopefully eventually get back to my Silksong stream series, but in the meantime, I don't know. I'm gonna have to stream something that takes one hand, like maybe you know, something turn-based, like Jupiter Hell or Jupiter Hell Classic. I've yet to play Jupiter Hell Classic. They came out with a new version release of that recently, and I haven't played that at all. So that could be this could be a good excuse to check that out. So that's cool, sort of. But yeah, yeah. I feel bad for the American healthcare system. So many people are going to suffer so much because of, you know, like RFK Jr.'s nonsense running the health department. He doesn't know what he's doing and is making up all kinds of bullshit quack theories about, you know, vaccines, autism, etc. It's all nonsense. But so many people are going to suffer as a result. It's unfortunate. So glad I live in Canada. I don't have to deal with any of that, hopefully. But yeah. Oh, and ad break is finished. Welcome back. Well, why don't I'm guessing they had load games, nothing. Yeah. Let's hit new game and typing with one hand. Tormuse. It's me. Let's go. Yeah. I moved the mouse over to the left side so I could use my left hand on it, and it keeps throwing. I keep wanting to reach to the right side for it. Anyway, oh boy, it seems MC's having another nightmare about Sayori hanging and so on. Anyway, never, never. Oh right, yeah, because never, 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 never. That's those are the last lines of the original game's Act One, when he's saying he'd never take it back, never fix what happened to Sayori. Anyway, never. MC stumbles backwards out of the room and into the hall. Wait, this isn't this the same background that used for like the hall outside Sayori's room? Is it you just reusing that? He is in the dorm, right? Not in Sayori's like home bedroom. Like he's in the college dorm. Back from the ad dimension, yeah. Anyway, help! Help! The sound of footsteps rapidly climbing stairs echoes down the hall. Dad? MC? What's wrong? She... MC points in the direction of Sayori's room. Is this still part of the dream sequence here? Is this him imagining what would have happened after Sayori's hang if it hadn't reset and so on? Oh no, 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 no. Sayori's dad runs to her door and opens it. An expression of sharp pain flashes across his face before he shudders and regains control of himself. He runs in, checks his daughter briefly, then backs, trembling, out of the room. He closes the door. MC. MC is slumped against the wall, weeping. Sir, I'm sorry. It was my fault. No, it was my fault. If I just hadn't... MC, no. It was my fault. She did this because of me. No, she didn't. MC, listen to me. There's a noticeable waver in Sayori's dad's voice. She wasn't well, MC. It's not your fault. Sayori's dad hugs MC. It's not anyone's fault. But especially not yours. But how are you okay? I'm not. How do you seem okay? It's not my first time dealing with the death of someone close to me. This is going to be really hard for you, MC. Now it's Natsuki's bedroom. This is interesting. This is the narrative kind of leaving us in the dark about what's going on here. I mean, is this flashback? Is this dream sequence? What is this? I guess we'll find out as we go along. It's rather, I mean, Natsuki being in her own home bedroom rather than, again, in the college dorm. Yeah, I don't know. What? What? Is that her receiving a text message about Sayori hanging? This is incomprehensible. I don't understand. Why would you do this, Sayori? Why would you not tell us? It's going to be Monika's room now? I mean, theoretically, Monika already knew about it, unless this is some sort of reimagined version of it. Events. Wait. We can't be sure yet, right? She could still be okay. She could be at the hospital, or she... Don't leave me alone, Sayori. In due time, in due time. Oh yeah, I don't know. I figure we're going to find out in due time. This is me just pointlessly speculating. Maybe not pointlessly, but anyway. What am I supposed to do without you? So, I know it's been a couple of weeks, but I don't know. I still don't feel like acting like everything's normal. Are we ever gonna do club stuff again? It doesn't feel the same. No, it doesn't. But it's not up to me anyway. MC, when do you think you might want to take a try at doing club activities normally again? How do you answer such a question? I don't know. I don't know. Sorry. Oh, it's just a dream. Yeah. Okay, so it's Sayori's dream sequence there? Huh. I mean, like, Sayori's dad's reaction is, was kind of, it did seem kind of subdued in the circumstances. Um, I guess from context, it feels like it's just, it's what Sayori imagines he would say. Like, oh, she isn't the first one who left me, kind of thing. Oh no, anyway, yeah, welcome to the stream, Negative Zero. Anyway. Are you here, Ayami? Guess not. I think you saw my dream tour muse. Hang on. She's using the H word there. Getting dressed. There, see, there, it played that sound effect there. The getting dressed sound effect. Be just a second. Okay, hi. That probably was kind of weird for you. I don't think I've ever had a dream like that, where my brain was talking about what it would be like if I was gone. So I think her dad is very strong. Yeah. 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 Anyway. Seeing other people really unhappy and in grief because I had left. It was interesting. And we've got a choice here, so I'm gonna save. As a matter of principle, even though I mean, I've just been, I haven't. I noticed that in Coder's streams of this, he would reload and try every other option, but I've just been kind of plowing on with whatever I pick first. Anyway. Sorry, that must be upsetting. I wonder why you had that dream now. I mean, okay, the fact is she says it was interesting. It feels like she's trying to minimize it. Sorry, cop answer. Disco Elysium reference. I mean, I'm sort of leaning towards that must be upsetting because kind of want to acknowledge the emotion. I mean, like Sayori's still, as far as we know, I believe she's still going to therapy at this point in the timeline stuff. She hasn't made reference to therapy sessions, but she has made reference to like her coping mechanisms that she's learned in therapy. Just in case you want to undo some choices. Yeah. And I mean, I get the definite impression that part of her, part of like adapting to what am I trying to say? Trying to try her part of her coping mechanism is trying to like incorporate her emotions and like acknowledge them, but like not let them control her, kind of thing. I'm leaning towards that must be upsetting. I mean, I wonder why you had that dream now. It sort of feels like an implied open-ended question to prompt her to talk more about it, but I think I should have put a Disco Elysium moralist choice in every menu. Yeah, it's not too late. Something for the compilation release. Anyway, I'm gonna go with that must be upsetting. No, actually. I guess I get how it would be upsetting to you. All you real world people really hate stuff relating to me committing suicide. I'm sorry, as if that doesn't affect you at all. I mean, hello, you were willing to lobotomize your friends. No, I'm not ever letting that go. Lobotomizing your friends over it. So you can't pretend it doesn't affect you. Come on. Anyway, to be committing suicide. This dream, well, I actually am pretty happy about it. It means my brain thinks that people would miss me when I'm gone. I know it probably seems strange to you, but I think that's encouraging. Well, that's an interesting way to look at it. Before I used to think everyone would be happy if I were gone. Ooh, that's a rough thought. I used to think I was holding people back and making them miserable. Yeah, that's a very unfortunate thought process there. That's kind of sad. Maybe it's a little sick of me to be glad that people would miss me if I died, or to think of that dream as a good one, but I do. You know, I think I know it's different. I think I know what has changed. I haven't changed, at least not much, not recently, but MC has. I know he's always been upset about what happened to me, but lately it seems worse. He seems really upset by it now. I don't understand. He was so okay with things before, like he was sad, but otherwise he basically seemed unaffected for a while there. I guess he did have nightmares and stuff, but they didn't seem so bad, although I guess I wouldn't know. But still, how can it get worse for him now? How indeed. I mean, it's a different environment. I suppose lots of things are unfamiliar. Maybe there's a sense of a lack of control. That's my first guess off the top of my head. Well, let's see where it goes. Doesn't he feel secure? Well, what did I just say? Like, everything is different, and maybe it doesn't feel secure. Like, you know, different life circumstances. Sayori's in a different place, and with a roommate who she doesn't really know really well. I mean, she kind of crashed pretty hard on her first day from all the uncertainty and overwhelm and stuff. And we've got a bot in chat, and we're gonna just boink, just hit ban on you. Anyway, moving along. Doesn't he know I'm okay and that I love him and won't leave him now? Doesn't he know he shouldn't be afraid? What? I get sorry, come on. Activate your empathy here. Like, but questions like that, like, doesn't he know that, etc., etc.? I mean, you could just just as easily ask the question of yourself. Don't you know that you know, he's happy that he wants you and such, and you don't have to, I don't know, like things that experience like jealousy issues, or don't you know that there are all kinds of questions I could ask about that, like recovery from trauma is it's an ongoing process. There isn't like one moment where you go, oh, okay, I know that things are okay now, and I don't have to worry about it anymore. Like, the worry is sort of an automatic thing. Anyway, moving on. Long pause. No, that was silly of me. Almost as silly as telling your best friend that hiding your depression is a personal betrayal of you. Ha ha ha. Yeah, I mean, that's the one line that bugged me the most out of the original game, as I've commented on many times before. A couple where one is dumb about the other's mental health. Sure, yeah. He would never do that now. I shouldn't tell him that he's supposed to be okay. I guess I didn't tell him. I just thought it at him or something. These are all things I should say to my therapist. There you go. So she's still in therapy. Today is therapy day for me. There you go. It conflicts with the class, but the professor said it was okay. And I just get the notes from Ayami, who has the same class. So it all works. I'm not sure if the game will follow me to therapy. Usually I think it goes and checks in on someone else. But I don't know. You're welcome to come. Not that you have any choice, I guess. But I'd be interested to hear what you think of everything, if you do come. The only difficult thing with my therapist is that I can't tell him everything. Yeah. Simulation and everything. Sometimes I've thought about telling him, but then I worry that he might think I'm more sick than I am and commit me to an asylum or something. Plus, everybody agreed we shouldn't tell anyone else about it without discussing it and agreeing on it. But that makes it hard. I have to dance around a lot of subjects with him. Still, he seems to at least get the idea. And he respects that I won't talk about certain things. But I think he thinks that maybe he'll get me to talk about it one day. I think he's hoping that we'll make some breakthrough or something. It feels really sad. Like he's working really hard to get something to happen that never can and he doesn't know it. Or maybe I'm just projecting. Maybe he knows I'll never talk about it. I'm thinking too much about my therapist instead of going to therapy. I should go do my morning stuff and get changed in my school clothes. Wait, Does she wear her school clothes to therapy? I hope you have a good day. ... Oh, hi. Guess you're joining me on my walk. Therapist is back closer to the high school and I guess where just my dad lives now. It's kind of a long walk. Could probably get Monica to drive me or take the bus or something. But I kind of like walking. It's important to get out and move and get into the sunshine sometimes. Plus, it makes sure that when I start my therapy session, I'm not usually in a really bad mood. Yeah, that's the ways she rationalizes not asking for help. Yeah, I had when I was in the waiting room at the hospital yesterday, waiting to get my wrist X-rayed. Yeah, there was someone in the waiting room I was talking to who said, like, why don't you ask your friend, because I said that I was taking the bus. I took the bus there. I'd taken the bus back home. That's why I didn't get parents or a friend or somebody to drive me. And I was like, I don't want to trouble anyone. Like, it was late too. Like I was there like past 2 a.m. And it was like, I mean, honestly, I wouldn't ask someone for help. I mean, I just it didn't even occur to me that to consider that as an option. And I don't know. I guess it's hard to say. Like on the one hand, it's like yes, there's value in recognizing your limits and asking for help when you need it. On the other hand, I also I want to maintain some level of independence, I guess. He's true Canadian, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's like, I guess it's hard to know where to draw that line. Like, yeah, I don't know. Some things I want to figure out how to do on my own with one-handed. Some things are really tricky, like showering after getting the cast on, because I'm not allowed to get it wet, and just keeping everything clean. I only have one hand to apply soap and scrub things, which is a challenge. And awkward. Washing dishes, also awkward, having to do it with one hand. You can't hold a dish in one hand while scrubbing it with the other, kind of have to just push the dish into the sink and full scrubbing and stuff. Definitely on the other hand in this case, yeah. On the other hand. Indeed. Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't have to tie my shoes at any point when I was out there. Fortunately, I already had my shoes on, because after the bike accident, I basically went straight to the hospital afterward. I guess it's gonna be sandals for me for the next little bit. I'm gonna be unfashionably wearing socks and sandals wherever, or maybe it's fashionable. I don't know. Yeah, what else? I mean, someone made the comment that taking off shirts is rough when you got a cast. I've been okay with it so far. I mean, I think the fact that it's below the elbow helps. I guess you can't really see. So I still have, range of motion in the elbow. And Spooky Waters here. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Sorry, rambling a little bit. Sayori reminded me of it when she's saying, like, she could get Monica to drive, etc. Yeah, I don't know. Like, even when I don't have a broken wrist, I don't think of things like this. Like, hey, I could ask my friends for a ride or whatever. I don't know. There've been a lot of occasions over the years, like when I was singing the barbershop choir, we frequently have events that were out of town, and then I would need to get a ride, and I put it left to the last minute more often than I'd like to admit because I don't like asking for help. I want to have some sense of independence, and part of that comes from having a parent. My mom kind of smothered me as I grew up, like trying to keep me dependent on her. I don't think she specifically intended to attempt to do that, but that's kind of the effect of it because she has her own issues. Um, Arm injury buddies. Oh yeah, that's right. I hope your recovery's going well. My injury's a little newer than yours. At least it could be worse injury. Yes, absolutely. Oh, this definitely could be worse. Like if I don't know if I had to immobilize more of my arm and like the elbow was immobile too, that would be rough. Um, yeah, as it is, like all I can do is like wiggle my finger. I can't really, but at least I mean, and the thumb is necessarily immobilized because the scaphoid point the scaphoid the muscle is I'm sorry, the scaphoid bone, which was the one that was broken, is like it's at the base of the thumb. So like any thumb movement is going to aggravate it. So in order for it to heal properly, the thumb has to be immobilized. Because apparently that bone is broken in two, in my case, and like they need the two halves of the bone to be to remain stationary during the healing process, so that they remerge properly. Because if otherwise, if like the bone fragments just float freely in there, I potentially risk having wrist problems for the rest of my life. And I don't want that. So we're gonna, thumbs up. Yeah, we're gonna just better to have it immobilized for a few weeks and have it heal properly. Doing good, cool. Do still have to ask for rides a lot. Yeah. Driving long distance is still kind of tough. Yeah, understandable. Yeah. Yikes. Yeah. Yeah. Not even sure which part the yikes was about, but yeah. Doki Doki Arm Impairment Club. Yeah. DDAIC. Anyway. Um. But yeah, I don't know. Some of the guys in the barbershop choir would make fun of me for waiting to the last minute to ask for rides. It's just I don't want to. I feel bad. It's dumb, but it's just my brain being mean to me. It's being hard on me about things that they're perfectly for the most part they're my friends are perfectly willing to offer rides and so on. So yeah, I don't know. But yeah, things like this, rationalizing it with, well, hey, I get more exercise this way. I've used that. I've used that excuse. I don't mind walking. It's good exercise, which it is. And honestly, I could stand to do more exercise. So it's all good in the end. Anyway, moving right along. Plus, it makes sure that when I start my therapy session, I'm not usually in a really bad mood. It's hard to get anything done when I'm like that. Oh, that was fast. Bye. And okay, Natsuki and Ayami, and I guess this seems like the same background as the school gym, but I guess we're reusing it for the college gym here. So what? You hit on Kenzo and he turned you down? Oh. Um. Is Natsuki about to give Ayami the lowdown about Kenzo being Sayori's ex now? This could be community gym, sure. He's kind of a strange guy sometimes. I wouldn't read too much into it. He said he had some issues of his own that he was working through and he wasn't ready to date yet. Well, see, there you go. I know you have like half your identity built on being irresistible to men, so this probably comes as a great shock to you, but seriously, don't take it personally. It is indeed a different gym. Yeah, sure. So in the same way that when they're not wearing the uniform, it shows the same outfit even though they're wearing something different. Anyway, seems like it really is about him and not you. Yeah, let me ask you something though. When you were first spending time with Yuri before you were going out with her, how's this question gonna go? Yeah? What is it? Nothing, never mind, I've gotta go. The heck is her deal? What was she going to ask? Spending time with Yuri before you were going out with her? Is that suggesting that she might have feelings for somebody and she's reluctant to admit them or something? Anyway. Oh well. She'll talk about it eventually, she always does. Back to free throws. Therapist, okay. Come in. Ah, hello again, Sayori. Yeah, why is she wearing her uniform to therapy? I guess she. Yeah, we also never figured out why she was out of her uniform in the club session the previous week. Like, it's obviously deliberate. Like, they made a big deal about the fact that on commenting on the fact that she wasn't in uniform. I just sort of assume that it has some connection with Natsuki's scheme. We have to see how that plays out too. Anyway, hello again, Sayori. You look like you're a little worried. No, not worried. Just a lot of things to think about lately. Sounds like we're going to have a busy day. But what's on your mind most? My boyfriend. As usual then. But why would he trouble you? Before you've talked about your worry that you hurt him. Yes, and sometimes I know I do hurt him. Before you dating Yuri, did you ever think about stealing Yuri from yourself because she's so smart and pretty and mysterious? Sure. No, I don't. It didn't come across like Ayami was thinking of stealing Yuri from Natsuki, but we'll see, I suppose. Sometimes I know I do hurt him. It's just hypothetical, yeah. But I am trying to be okay with that, and I think I am. But my worry is more about him regardless of how I feel about it. Like, he's struggling a lot more with it than I would expect. He used to have nightmares about finding my suicide attempt. Then for a while I thought he would be okay, but now he has worse nightmares. And he freaks out while he's awake. The other day he burst into my room and he was in the middle of having a panic attack, even though he and I are more secure than we've ever been. And even though I'm a lot less of a danger to myself, and yesterday too, I was over at his place, I was right there with him and... ... Oh, I'm back to MC again. Honk, shoe, me, etc. Some manner of bad Wi-Fi zone can only see chat? Oh, okay. Chat, fill them in on what's happening, I guess. Anyway. Attempting to relocate? Yeah. I can only type with one hand, so don't count on my commentary here. Smiley face. Man, it takes so long to type with one hand. I'm just anyway, moving right along. MC is sleeping with his head on Sayori's shoulder. Oh, okay, so we're flashback here. On Sayori's shoulder. There you go. He's the most handsome man in the whole world. How did I ever get so lucky? Hongshu, etc. MC? Sayori, how did... He scrambles out of his bed and falls to the floor, backing away from Sayori. MC, it's okay. MC's breathing very heavily. Sorry, do you want to get back in? Yeah, give me a second. Who? Who? Well, that sounds like it might be PTSD. Really? I mean, I don't like to diagnose anyone without having seen them, but it would certainly be consistent. I thought PTSD was like if you survived a life or death situation or some really bad injury or something. I mean, PTSD can take a lot of forms. Welcome back. Anyway, no, it can be for any severe trauma. Walking in on your loved one's suicide attempt and thinking they're dead would certainly be enough. But, Sayori, we're not here to talk about MC. We're here to talk about you. What do you feel about all this pain that MC has? It's complicated. Obviously, I don't like to see him hurt. Even when I tell myself that all his pain isn't my fault, it still feels like that sometimes. It still feels like I could make his life better by just taking myself away from him. So she still feels like that, eh? But, still can't identify with someone feeling that... whatever. I'm gonna move right along. I still feel like I'm poisonous sometimes anyway, but these days those thoughts don't bother me as much. I can see how happy he is because of me, and I know that I'm not really poisonous. It's complicated in another way too. What's that? Well, in a way, it makes me feel weirdly happy because I get to help him. Yeah, and that's a source of its own. That's its own source of guilt there. Yeah, feelings are complicated. Anyway, I was talking to him about this recently. Normally, I'm the one who's weak and needs help. Hold on a second. Okay, sorry, I saw a typo. But when he breaks down a little and needs my help, giving it to him makes me feel really amazing. But then I feel guilty, of course. Why guilty? Well, because it's like I'm happy at his unhappiness. He's hurting, and because I feel good about helping him, it's like me feeling good about a bad thing. Helping him is a bad thing? No, him feeling bad is a bad thing. I'm not explaining this right. It's like I get a good feeling from helping him, but I can only get that good feeling from helping him if he feels bad. So my feeling good about this depends on him feeling bad. So I feel guilty about that. It's wrong for me to feel good about him feeling bad. That is me being a bad person. Do you feel good about him feeling bad, or about the fact that you can help him when he feels bad? The second one? But the second one can't happen without the first one. Yeah, but... You also have to... I mean, sorry, you have to consider that people feel bad sometimes. That's just a fact of life. Nobody feels good all the time, so... It's... Yeah. Anyway, moving on. I'm sure the therapist will say something along those lines. That's the point. Do you remember our first session, Sayori? Yeah, actually. I was really surprised that you weren't put off at all by all my suicidal feelings. You just treated really normally and were really friendly to me. It was nice. Although now that I know you better, I'm not surprised by it. Except Natsuki? Sorry, which part not except Natsuki? I'm not even sure which part you're referring to there. He feels awesome all the time? Oh, right, okay. Sure, of course. No trauma at all. Anyway, not surprised by it. That's just the way you are. You're very sweet. I remember that day feeling really glad that I was able to help you feel a little better about yourself. I thought, this woman doesn't deserve to feel like she wants to die. That's how I felt about it. And after we started to talk about where that feeling was coming from in you, you made progress very quickly. How do you think I felt about that? She's built different, sure, yeah. Really good, I bet. I sure did. I never thought that I was a bad person for feeling good. You see, all I do is help people who are feeling bad, or at least not feeling as good as they could. If not for people feeling bad, I wouldn't have a job. But there's nothing wrong with me helping them. There's nothing wrong with me feeling good about helping them. I even get paid for it. So how could it be that you're a bad person for helping MC? I... I was the one who made him feel bad in the first place. Well, now you're just deflecting to another issue. Come on, Sayori. Whatever happened in the past isn't a good thing that MC has someone to rely. Sorry. Whatever happened in the past, isn't it a good thing that MC has someone to rely on for help? Yeah, I guess so. Oh, of course it's a good thing. There's nothing wrong with feeling good about helping people. That's the most normal human way to feel about it. Try to work on accepting the way you feel when you provide help to them. Let yourself reward yourself for being a support for them. The good feelings are right there. Just don't get in the way of them. I'm really good at getting in the way of good feelings. You're working on it though, that's why you're here. Let me ask you this. What do you really want most when it comes to this problem MC has? Good question. I don't want him to have to deal with it anymore. It's nice to be able to help him, but it's not worth him suffering for it. I think what would make me happiest is if he could just be okay and not have to feel bad. Do you think that is within your control in any way? I mean, that's the important question, and the answer is no. I mean, there are things you can do to help, but like you can't. It's just as a general rule, you can't let your happiness be dependent on other people. You know, because you can't control other people. You can't control how they feel or what they do. If you make your happiness dependent on what other people do, you're sort of setting yourself up for failure. Anyway, moving on. You guys within your control in any way? No, it's just what I want. That's what you asked. I wasn't trying to ask a trick question. I'm actually interested in how much power you think you have in the situation. None, I guess. It's up to him to find a way to not feel bad, probably. I mean, could get therapy. Like, everyone in the club needs therapy. I mean, really, everyone could do therapy, frankly. I mean, it's underrated. It's, I've said it before, I'll say it again. It's just, it's helpful to have a third person unrelated to the situation that you can talk to about it, who's like trained to help. It's just, regardless of what situation you might find yourself in, and especially with all the trauma that everyone in this game has suffered, like it's yeah. Anyway, moving on. Although he helped me not feel bad, I guess I have some influence as someone he loves and trusts. So I guess however much power that is. Everyone in the club does need therapy. Yes. Well, we're about out of time, but that seems like a good place for us to stop for now. Sounds like you have some interesting things to think about. And remember, don't get in the way of your own good feelings about helping MC. I'll try not to. Hi again. You got to hear quite a bit of my therapist, I guess. Kind of forgot you were there after a while. I'm really glad for my therapist. He's super nice. Oh, I think Ayami's coming. She has really distinctive footsteps. Hey, Sayo. Hi, Ayami. How was class? It was pretty good, I think. I'm getting most of the things I need to get. That's good. And now why don't you tell me what's wrong? Why would you think anything's wrong? I think I'm starting to know you pretty well. I can tell when something's bugging you. Well, Remy, yeah, you're right. I am a little, I don't know, worried, I guess, recently. But how about this? I'll talk about what's bothering me, but first you have to answer a question. Okay. So, about Kagami. By the way, incidentally, it's not clear whether or not Natsuki let Ayami know that Kenzo was Sayori's ex. I mean, I'm sort of wondering if that's going to come up, if some other shoe is going to drop or something. So I can see right through you. Yeah. Yeah. Asking about MC's sister though, and Sayori's face falling there. That's But I just kind of wonder, like, it's not clear so far what Kagami's reasons are for resenting MC. Like, apparently she went on a rant to Ayami and Ryan in the previous episode. I just kind of wonder, like, how much does Sayori know or suspect about it? Because it's clear, I get the definite feeling Kagami resents Sayori as well. Anyway, so about Kagami, what's the deal with her and her brother? Why are they all like that? Just a born hater, yeah. I mean, interesting that Ayami has to ask Sayori this. I mean, didn't Kagami already give her the lowdown about whatever the issue was? Professional? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's complicated. Oh, music stopping. It's pretty normal sibling stuff, I think. That's exactly what she said, but I still don't really understand. Well, I remember a long time ago when we were all little kids, their parents didn't really treat them the same. Excuse me. I think Kagami started to talk and read a little bit before MC did, even though they're twins. So from then on, she kind of got treated like the star by their parents. If that makes sense? Amy nods. Well, it's not like they didn't love MC or anything. His parents loved him a lot, and they still do. Sorry, my throat's rough all of a sudden. Excuse me. And they still do. She's just special, I guess. And as soon as she figured that out, she's kind of acted weird around him. I think she really loves him and cares about him a lot. He's her twin brother. She just has a hard time showing it sometimes, because she really likes being the special one. So she kind of tries to play up being better than him, especially when it comes to their parents. She really tries to be the shining perfect good girl. Sometimes that means she puts him down so that he won't be as good by comparison. So yeah, I'm something of a therapist myself. Yeah. Something I was going to say about that. Yeah, I'm just going to move on. And that messes with them sometimes. The sad thing is that MC really loves and cares for his sister. She just makes it so hard for him, and it was especially hard for him when he was young. He could be so lonely sometimes when we were kids, and that's where you came in. Well, sort of. I had my own problems then that he helped me with, really. He made himself really important in my life, not the other way around. But that's another story. So they just love-hate and antagonize each other, basically, although it's a little more complicated. For the last few years, Kagami's been at boarding school. Yeah, she talked about that. Whenever she was home, she'd talk about how great it was and how smart everyone was and how she was doing really well. And that's interesting. Whenever she talks about it to me, she always complains about how dull it was and how everyone sucked. Yeah. Seemingly implying that Kagami is perhaps for whatever reason wanting to talk about how great it is because she needs to have this idea that she's the better one and being better off at everything. Anyway, maybe she was trying to make the best of things. Or maybe she talked it up in front of MC and their parents, but secretly didn't like it much. Maybe even to the point of missing her little brother. He's not her little brother, they're twins. Oh, right, their whole dynamic makes it feel like she's the older sister. Yeah, that's how she tries to make it seem. Don't ever let MC hear you say that, though. Kagami, the Lord of Illusions. Well, I mean, a lot of characters in this are fooling themselves about a lot of things. I guess it just sort of comes with the territory. Anyway, not a lot of things annoy him, but calling her his older sister does. He's had to put up with enough of that already. I guess so. But yeah, since college started, she's been a lot more, I don't know, hostile sometimes. But also more worried and caring. I don't really understand it myself. I've always wanted to be friends with her. I used to dream that I could help them get along better, but she doesn't like me very much. Because she's jealous of you. I get it. Well, I don't know about that. I'm not very smart or cool compared to her. uh, I mean, I don't think Dev would take this in some kind of um, incestuous Kagami has romantic feelings kind of direction, but uh, as much as like anime tends to do that, or some certain animes anyway. But I'm my reading is more like maybe not so much jealousy as envy. Like she envies Sayori for being the one to help him. Um, I don't know. I mean, it sounds like Kagami spends a lot of time putting MC down rather than helping him. Um, it did. There was that scene between them earlier on in the previous episode where Kagami was offering to help MC, and he's saying that he's doing fine on his own. um, Play at the end, you get at the end. Yeah. Um, what am I trying to say? Um, it's like so many things that were you know again emotions are complicated. There's often a lot of like push pull kind of going on kind of thing, and you know as much as Kagami wants to be seen as the superior one and feels a need, you know, some kind of psychological compulsion to put MC down so that she seems better in comparison. um, like maybe at the same time, there's on some level she um, feels some kind of personal pride in being the one to help him do better. And if he's doing that on his own, then she resents it. I don't know. I'm just speculating here, based on context. Moving right along. I don't know about that. I'm not very smart or cool compared to her. I mean, maybe, maybe not, but her brother loves you a lot and has, well, more complicated relationship with her. Food for thought. Anyway, you answered my question, and I promise to tell you what's been bothering me. Is it really bad? No, it's not really bad. At least I hope not. So you know my boyfriend and I are long distance, right? Uh-huh. Well, when you left the room a while back, we had our first time, and, well, I guess I kind of pushed for that to happen because I was hoping to make the relationship mean something. Oh, yeah, I totally understand that. Like, Sayori, who, like, totally did the same thing for the same reasons. You do? I would have expected you already felt like your relationship with MC meant a lot. Oh, yeah, I do. Just bad brain stuff happens. So, even though we have a really good connection, sometimes I still feel like it's not enough or I'm doing it wrong or something. I'm sorry, Sayo. It's okay, I'm working through it. Besides, we were talking about you. Yeah, so... Anyway, afterwards I felt like nothing emotionally, just kind of empty. I'm kind of worried about feeling slutty because I physically enjoyed it despite that, but that's another whole load of baggage for me that I don't need to deal with right now. I get the whole slut shaming angle there. I mean, if you enjoy sex with another consenting adult and everyone enjoyed it, there's no reason to feel guilty about it. No reason to feel shame about it. It's just So really, I had no idea you guys did that. Yeah. uh, but yeah. We talked about it before, but it's just like there doesn't necessarily have to be, you know, capital L love involved. Ca- try to do air quotes with with the broken hand. I probably shouldn't do that. Well, the documentation from the doctor gave me is a very generic. Here's what you need to know if you have cast. This is my first time having cast, by the way, on my arm. It does say that you should like still try to like wiggle fingers if you can. I mean, I can't really move the thumb because it's immobile, but it does say that for the sake of keeping the you know joint health up and stuff, you like to move them periodically. Um, it still kind of hurts to move them though, so like I'm kind of like, I don't know if I should be moving. Maybe I should save the wiggling the fingers for when the what's that a better stage of healing. Because generally, the general rule, if something hurts, that's your body's way of saying don't do that. Just do the air quotes once each time with the good hand. There you go. Yeah. But no, seriously though, like what I was trying to get at here was yeah, you don't need capital L love, air quote, uh, to to like well to enjoy sex, to like more important than love is like trust and respect. I think that's how I see it. Um, you know, because you're making yourself vulnerable with another person, you have to be able to trust them, and there has to be some some minimum amount of basic human respect that the person's not gonna like hurt you or anything. Is gonna like respect how you I mean like hurt as in either emotionally or physically really. Um, what am I trying to say here? Um, there's an ad break coming up in 3 minutes 45 seconds. FYI, I'll pause this when it comes up. But yeah, what am I trying to say here? Um, Basically, I'm just what I'm just trying to get at here is like Ayami's beating herself up too much for the fact that she enjoyed it despite not having an emotional connection. For some people, that's just how it is. Um, it's like some people are aromantic, but they're not asexual. Like there are people who enjoy sex but don't want romance, and there's some people who want romance but don't want sex. There's all kinds. Like everybody's different. And if she's someone who wants sex but not romance, I mean, like be safe about it, be honest and respectful about it, but it's not something to be ashamed of. Is basically what I'm trying to get at here. Anyway, that's enough of my ramblings for the moment. It's another whole load of baggage for me that I don't need to deal with right now. And talked to Natsuki about it, and she said, hey, if you enjoy it physically and you're in an open relationship, just do whatever you want and don't judge yourself. Get with other guys, put yourself out there, and let yourself enjoy whatever you can enjoy with your boyfriend. That sounds like good advice. Yeah, that's what I thought too. But I don't think Natsuki gave me very good advice I don't think Natsuki gave me good advice for a lot of reasons. Because, I put myself out there. And what happened? Well, there's this really cute guy who's also a freshman named Kenzo. Okay, so here we go. He's finally letting him know about it. Now, is Sayori going to make the connection and realize, wait, is that the same Kenzo that I know? Anyway. He looks a little bit like MC, actually. You might think he's cute. I see him at the auxiliary library sometimes, so I tried being really direct with him. I just completely propositioned him to his face. And he just completely turned me down without a second thought. He gave me this long story about being emotionally weird about getting into any kind of relationship out of nowhere. Some girl had basically used him as a psychological shield to keep herself away from another guy. And that had apparently hurt him. So he wasn't about to do anything with me. Yeah, well, I mean, hey, like I said it before, I'll say it again. Like back in first season, Sayori's attempt to go with Kenzo as means of trying to help MC move on or whatever, it wasn't very fair to Kenzo. Um, like he was bound to be hurt by that. So it was, you know, in addition to all the other reasons it's uncool, it was also uncool for that reason. Oh well, anyway. And I don't know what to think of that. It's not like a super likely story. Hmm? It's not a super likely story? Hmm? Justice for Keza, yeah. Hmm. And even if it was, it's like not only am I not attractive enough to overcome that, but it's like there's something wrong with me. It's impossible for me to form that really deep, meaningful connection with someone for some reason. I'm cursed or something, and I don't know why. It's just made me feel really bad about myself. Oh, Ayami. Phew. Where to start? Where to start indeed. Ad break is imminent, so I am going to take a break real quick. Aside from the actual break, I'll be right back. I'm back again. Was that 3 minutes already? I expected to come back in here and have it still display ad break in progress, but I guess I took longer than I thought. I was trying to one-handed spoon myself some soup, some borscht, which I made before the injury. And it's hella awkward because it was getting down to the bottom of the pot, and it was like, normally I could use one hand to hold the pot and tilt it so I can get all the soup in like one scoop with the ladle, but I can't tilt it, so it was like minuscule amounts of soup with each scoop. It was very inefficient. And eventually I figured it was probably easier to just pour the rest of it in. It just felt like a shorter break? Okay. It's like, it's supposed to be 3 minutes, but apparently it goes for less time for different people. I think it varies. Like it varies on what region you're in, because it tries to cater the ads to wherever you are, and I don't know, whatever the algorithm deems that you should be receiving. Anyway, moving right along. Phew, where to start? First of all, his story was true. How do you know? I'm the girl who hurt him. Heh. You? How? It's a long story. Basically, more bad brain stuff with me and MC. I thought I would hurt MC if I was with him. So I approached Kenzo and asked him to go out with me. I thought that would get rid of MC and my feelings for him. But it didn't. It was a cruel thing to do to Kenzo. I didn't even think of how he would feel. Oh, that's sad. She just completely treated him as disposable. Didn't think about his feelings at all. Anyway. Of course I didn't. But anyway, never even said sorry to him. Oof. Oof. You know, this is again highlighting Sayori's hypocrisy in this mod. She was like to be Monica. Well, I mean, so much hypocrisy from Sayori. You know, like at the end of season 3, after that whole incident when Natsuki spiked Monika's drink, and then Sayori was like, "I'm not forgiving you until you take steps to fix it," and she's like even got mad at MC for approaching Natsuki, even though Natsuki hadn't apologized to Monika. Meanwhile, Sayori doesn't apologize to people. She did not apologize for lobotomizing her friends. I will never let that go. She didn't apologize. Like she doesn't apologize for a lot of things, but she expects other people to apologize for their perceived wrongs, wrongs or perceived wrongs. Which, you know, like on some level, I can sort of get that mentality of. I mean, I guess, and I'm guilty of it too, of. Sayori being in a mental state of, hey, if I did what you did, I would feel bad about it. Therefore, you don't get to do it and not feel bad. You have to feel bad now. How dare you not feel bad, or how dare you not act the way I have to. Act as the voice in your head the voice in my head that which is mean to me when I do something that I perceive as bad, kind of deal. Oof, yeah. You know, but meanwhile, Sayori doesn't apologize in this, so it's like, I don't know. It's not sure what's going on up there, I guess. Like, I don't know. I mean, and even when Monica did apologize, it didn't stop Sayori from blowing up on her in season two. Um, but yeah, I don't know. Sayori's full of inconsistencies in this pod, I guess. Which is not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, I'm not saying it's like bad writing or anything. It's just that's how her character is expressing herself here. Um, anyway, moving right along. But anyway, I never even said sorry to him. I need to do that at some point. I'm not surprised he's hurt. He was definitely telling you the truth. Even so, Naomi, there's nothing wrong with you. I promise. Just because Kenzo's dealing with what I did to him, that doesn't mean it's anything wrong with you at all. Believe me, I get it though. I'm like the expert in thinking things are about me being bad when really it's nothing to do with me. Hmm. Well, I think there's stuff wrong with me even other than that. Hmm. But what do you think I ought to do about the whole boy situation? I guess I just dust myself off and get back out there and try again, like Natsuki says. I mean, yeah, you could. I mean, you could if that's what you want to do. Is that what you want to do, though? It's a mental image of school teacher Monica rapping ruler against chalkboard with gaslight gatekeep girl boss and Sayori trying hard to repeat. Where did that phrase even come from? Gaslight gatekeep girl boss. Like what? I don't know. I don't know if it's a meme or a reference or what. Like it doesn't seem like very. I mean, being girl boss wanting to be empowering to women, sure, cool, but the gaslighting gatekeep part, that's just like that's mean. Like gaslighting that's not a good thing to do. Gatekeeping, that's not a good thing to do. Like um, gatekeeping, like what does a gatekeeping even imply in this particular context? Like gatekeeping is like implies that what you're trying to. I guess it depends what kind of gatekeeping you're referring to. I'm just gonna move on. I mean, yeah, you could, but you don't have to do that. I don't see why you have to go after boys at all unless one of them really attracts you. I know what that's like. A lot of boys really attract me, but it worries me, Sayo. I kind of feel like I need to find some boy, one who I can care about and who cares about me. I feel like if I don't, I'll be doomed to being lonely forever or something. Oh boy. I mean, and this comes to another thing I've said before. I'll say it again. I think it's better to be single than to be with the wrong person. Um, and even if you're single, it doesn't mean you have to be lonely. I mean, they're still friends. I mean, in a lot of cases, like friendships can be, more powerful than like romantic relationships. Like I think I've expressed. Oh, hold on, what's this? I chalk a lot of Sayori's behavior up to being on a 4-season-long journey of learning how to feel and express her own emotions after a mental state, depending on how other people feel for her whole life, and that is completely fair. Um, I'm just drawing attention to it. Yeah, she's like, I probably should have apologized for that, but I forgive myself. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. She does need to be able to forgive herself for sure. Um, it's just, yeah, I don't know. I notice it. I notice the apparent still doesn't apologize. Still doesn't apologize though. Yeah. Um, it's yeah. Hmm. And there's another thing I commented on it back in season two that like Sayori's clearly she's whoops. She's applying things that she learned in therapy, but she's like applying them in an incomplete way, uh, which doesn't take everything into account. Like for example, when she blew up at Monica, it's like, um, yeah, don't beat yourself up about it, but that doesn't like it doesn't necessarily mean that what the way you went about it things was okay. Like there are still better ways to go about it, you know? Like yes, your feelings are valid and all, but um, you could have made better choices about how to express those emotions. Yeah. Conflated self accountability with self destruction for a long time. Yeah, I mean yes, but yeah. No, what I was getting at regarding this line here was I'm just reminded of I'm going to say a former friend of mine who sort of put things in perspective. She said that she hasn't kept in touch with anyone she's been in a romantic relationship with. Like all her past exes, she like cut ties with, whereas she has friends that she's had for years, and she's just come to think that friends are more valuable than romantic relationships, which doesn't have to be the case. It's it's going to vary from person to person, but I don't know. I guess I'm just saying, just don't discount the value of friends. And this worry about being doomed to feel lonely forever. It's really catastrophizing something that like no, it really doesn't have to be like that. Don't beat yourself up. Don't beat yourself up for that. Monica predicted and accounted for it like 23 moves ago. Yeah. Anyway, moving right along. I know it doesn't make a ton of sense, but I guess that's just the way my brain works, you know? I just need to have that feeling. That kind of sounds like you need therapy. You all need therapy. But yes, Ayami too. But my therapist says I shouldn't go around telling people to go to therapy. Sorry. I shouldn't go around telling people to go to therapy and to focus on myself. Well, it doesn't hurt, Sayori. I mean, you can do both. You can focus on yourself and tell people to go to therapy. In fact, telling people to go to therapy is in itself a way of helping you focus on yourself. Because if you don't tell them to go to therapy and you try to act as their therapist, then you're not focusing on yourself. But if you draw a line somewhere and say, hey, uh, your issues are moving beyond the scope of what I'm able to help you with. Maybe you should see a therapist. Okay, maybe you should. Maybe it would be a good idea for you to see a therapist, and then have that boundary there, so that you can resume looking after yourself. Um, yeah, this line feels exactly backwards, really. Like telling people to go see a therapist is part of your self care for yourself, because then you're not trying to act as their therapist. But whatever, moving on. I don't know, Ayami. I think you're free to do whatever you want to do in this situation. You have the green light from your boyfriend, and you're not hurting anyone else. Just take care not to hurt yourself. Yeah, I'll try. What did you mean earlier when you said you thought there was other stuff wrong with you? It's... I'm not sure I want to talk about that. Okay, you don't have to. Okay, I'll tell you. But, Sayori, this is really secret, okay? Like, super duper secret? You can't tell anyone this. Not even MC, okay? Ooh. Uh-oh. I was thinking she was gonna say, like, don't even tell Natsuki, but not even tell MC. Uh-oh. Hmm. Promise? That's gonna be a rough promise for Sayori to make, because their whole deal is that they don't keep any secrets from each other. It's not anything illegal, is it? No, Sayori, it's nothing illegal or dangerous or anything like that. I'm just ashamed. Okay, Ayami. I promise I won't tell anyone. Okay. I kind of want to make you promise not to hate me too, but that's probably not fair. Who'd you kill, Ayami? Yeah. So, you know Natsuki and Yuri? Well, yeah, of course. I've known them for a long time. No, like, you know how they're going out. Yes? We're about to find out what she was thinking of telling Natsuki and cut herself off from saying. Is Ayami about to say that she's into girls after all? Or something? I don't know. Are you ever, like, weirded out by that? You mean because they're girls, don't you? Yeah. Oh. Yeah. You probably do hate me now, huh? No, I don't hate you. I guess it makes sense of some stuff. But, Ayami, it is kind of disappointing. Why would it weird you out? I don't know, it's weird. I don't think girls should be together like that. Why not? Guys and girls go, what's the problem? It's different. It's two girls. Yeah, but so what? So, I mean, it's weird. It's not normal. What's wrong with not being normal? We're not normal, you and me, you know. That's not really what I mean by normal, Sayori. What do you mean by normal, Ayami? Oh boy. Look, I didn't really want to get into an argument or anything with you. It's just something I've been hiding. I know that if other people, especially Natsuki, found out I felt this way, it would probably mess things up pretty badly. I like being Natsuki's friend, and I don't want to cause any problems. It just weirds me out, and it was kind of stressful to completely keep it a secret from everyone. You really promise you won't tell anyone? Yes. I promise that I'm not going to take it back. Can we still be friends? Hey, Kutaro's Storm Spear, welcome to the stream. How's it going? First time chatter, I see. How'd you find your way here? If you don't mind my asking, you don't have to answer. I'm just curious. Welcome in any case. We're playing a Doki Doki Literature Club mod called Club Meetings. Anyway, can we still be friends? Yes, silly. Of course we can still be friends. As long as you don't ever do anything mean to Natsuki or Yuri because of this. They're my friends too. And don't do mean things to anyone else either. It's one thing to feel weird about it, but it's another to make other people feel weird about it. First time chatter, long time follower. Oh, cool. Kasir. Oh, okay. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I didn't recognize the new name, but welcome in. You still making DDLC animations and stuff? Again, yeah. I see your videos show up on my feed once in a while. Anyway, one thing to feel weird about, but it's another to make other people feel weird about it. So I do think we should try some exposure therapy. Would that help? Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I understand. Trust me, I never do that. I feel weird about feeling weird. I think that's kind of a good sign. How? I'm not sure. Maybe you can get rid of the weird feeling soon if you don't like it. Maybe. Well, let's talk about it later. I should get ready to go to class. Okay, Sayo. Oh, before I forget, I emailed you the notes for this morning's class. The professor said that you can feel free to take off any time you have a conflict with therapy. Also, while the lecture was going, he said the stuff on pages 107 to 114 was really likely to be on the midterm. So, you know, word to the wise. Thanks, Rumi. You're welcome, Rumi. You have to apologize, though. Right. Hi again. Sure, follow me around today. Man, that was a talk. I didn't even know what to say about her being weird about gay people. Obviously, I don't feel that way. But at the same time, it seems like she feels bad about it. So that's hopeful, I guess. Just occurred to me. Usually I turn up the text speed. I also turn the sound volume down. I hope it hasn't been too loud so far. I didn't do a proper sound check when I started the stream. I don't know. Hopefully it wasn't the music isn't too loud or anything. But I've adjusted that down in the previous one. I have to remember to readjust with every new episode because it's considered a new mod for all intents and purposes. I can tell Natsuki not to ever do anything mean to me again. Yeah. I only made a couple this year. This work usually consumes almost all of my time, and my priorities have shifted because of it. I'm in a good place. Okay, okay. Hey, being a good place is good. Thumbs up about that. um, yeah, very cool, very cool. Um, yeah, wish I could say about the same. Wish I could say the same about myself, but I have a broken wrist. What can you do? It'll get better, I'm sure. Anyway, moving on. So that's hopeful, I guess. I don't know. What do you think? Um, I'm gonna save because there's a choice. On principle, I save. So there's give her time. Hard to be friends with someone like that, or I can't help you. Um, okay. Yeah. Well. I mean, I could say I can't help it. I mean, it's the major plot point that uh, that summed up season one was the player can't help you. So, like, on that basis alone, it is a little funny for Sayori to be turning to once again be turning to the player for help, even though she establishes thoroughly as possible that we can't help her. So I could just pick that option. Hard to be friends with something like that. I mean, how do I put it? I mean, okay, I'm cisgender and heterosexual. You know I can't say I know empirically what it's like to be anywhere under the LGBT umbrella, and like I want to be a good ally to groups that I'm not a part of, and part of that is listening to the voices of LGBT folks of underrepresented or marginalized groups. Oh, is there a story behind your cast? Or are you tired of telling it? Oh, I fell on my bike. I was riding a bike, hit a pothole, fell over, landed on my hand. Landed hard enough to break a bone. Um, yeah, I just got this cast yesterday. Um, Doctors are at the hospital are very professional about it. It's a good thing. I'm glad I live in Canada, so I don't have to pay for anything. Um, and yeah, I have to put up with having to do everything with one hand for at least 2 weeks, probably longer. Yeah, he said they're gonna do a reassessment at 2 weeks and decide like how it's healing, and he said that after that point, I might be able to do away with the cast and have a splint instead. Because like the important thing is to keep the thumb in place, because the bone in question is one that connects with the like the thumb joint, so it needs to be immobilized for the duration of healing. And the LGBT umbrella is such a beautiful description. Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, like, I could spell out the whole acronym, LGBTQIAA, to include, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, intersex, asexual, aromantic, demisexual, like all the letters are in there, but I kind of use LGBT or under the LGBT umbrella as sort of just something of a shorthand. I mean, I don't know. I could say LGBT plus, I suppose. Um, at one point, someone came up with the acronym. I think it was GSRM, like gender, sexuality, or romantic minority. But that never caught on. So if I said GSRM, no one would know what I'm talking about. LGBT is the more common acronym, or initialism, I guess. Broken Bones 2, not all breaks are equal. Yep, true. Hope yours was comparatively painless. I'm not going to call it painless. It's sore right now, actually. But it could be worse. It was worse yesterday, yesterday when I did it. But yeah, like I said at the beginning of the stream, it's common for injuries to swell up and get muscle guarding happening over the first 2 days, first day or two, depending depending on the nature and severity of the injury. Um, so I am expecting, or at least I'm hoping, that after a couple of days it won't feel so sore. So I'm just at the stage where it's an acute injury. There's still swelling occurring and in progress, and just have to hope that's gonna go down. Holding it up, holding it above the level of my heart, so that blood doesn't pool there, because everything's affected by gravity. Blood is affected by gravity. It's supposed to be a good thing. So that's part of the reason I'm holding it up here like this. Um, but yeah. I mean, none are painless, but some are less. I guess there's at least it's not a burn. Those are awful. Yeah. I can't say I've had a burn. At least not a serious one. And so you don't feel your heart beating so much. I mean, yeah, there's that too. Uh, just checking my fingertips, make sure they aren't like cold or anything. And I gotta step away for 10 minutes. BRB, sure. I'll continue the Tormuse tangent. Anyway, where was I? Yeah, talking about the whole LGBT umbrella kind of thing. Um, it's it can be a bit of a fraught topic, I guess. Like if someone has feelings like that, like, oh, I'm weirded out by the concept of two girls being together, like it's going to make it hard to trust that person. It's gonna, like they're probably not going to, someone who is of the LGBT persuasion is probably not going to want to spend time with someone that feels like that, because it's just gonna be an uncomfortable, environment. Um, and just yeah. But for someone in Sayori's position who's decidedly heterosexual in a heterosexual relationship, if I can say that, um, like is what am I trying to say here? Like I don't. What am I trying to say here? Like, you don't want to be the thought police here. Like, it's just like, Ayami's just saying something she thinks and feels. She's indicated that she's not going to act on it, and she's not going to like be mean to them about it or something, or whatever. Um, like, you can't help how you feel. You can only help how you act on how you feel. So I don't know, Ayami having some undescribed, you know feeling of being weird about it, but not acting on it is commendable in its own way. So, like, someone having those feelings doesn't have to necessarily be a deal breaker regarding being friends, but that is something that Ayami's going to have to sort out for herself. Like, I mean, for me, like, I've never had an issue with LGBT folks. Like, I can't relate to people who do. It's like, why are you so hung up on that? Like, it's just a small part of their personality. Um, like, people are more complex than that. Sexual orientation, gender identity. That's like one small aspect of a person that doesn't encompass like everything else about them, like their hobbies, their hopes and their dreams, their family and friends and influence that shapes their lives. Like, everybody is complicated in every single way, and everyone contains multitudes and so on. Um, and getting hung up on one detail that doesn't affect you at all, like, I can't relate to that. like, so they're gay, or so they're in a same-sex relationship, like, or in Natsuki's case, she's bisexual, and Yuri's demisexual in this mod, but it's like, um, what am I trying to say? It's just like, their relationship has nothing to do with you. So like, why let it bother you? Like, I can't relate to it, but I at the same time um, I can at least respect that the fact that she's not acting on her feelings in that case. And go crazy here. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Sorry, I'm a little slow. I didn't see your comment there earlier. I was caught up in the Tormuse tangent trademark. Thank you, Healing 5. So hopefully the swelling and soreness goes away. Yes, let's hope. Let's hope. It contains multitudes like that. Yeah. Yeah. What was I saying? Yeah, like I guess what I'm getting at is it doesn't necessarily have to be a deal breaker in terms of being friends with the person. It's like, you know what I mean? It's like it sounds like Ayami knows that's an issue and that she doesn't like it about herself, that she's feeling that. But I'm not about I wouldn't want to condemn someone for their feelings, because you can't help how you feel. So I'm leaning towards saying give her time, because I think that's really what it needs. I mean, it's kind of like how you find, like, random example, you find more bigotry, more racism or homophobia or whatnot, like out in the country, in or small towns or whatever, compared to the big city, because they just don't ever meet those people, or have very little experience of them. And when you don't have any experience with them, it's easier to other them, to make them feel like, oh, they're different and strange. But if you're in a big city where, like, everyone's close together, and you spend time with them, you realize, oh, they're actually just really ordinary people, you know. And then that sort of bigotry just kind of goes away, generally, typically. So yeah, like just give her time. Like, she just needs to spend time, with her friends, like, Natsuki, maybe, and Yuri doesn't really spend time with Ayami, but it's like, spend time with them and realize they're perfectly ordinary people. There's nothing to be weird about with that, Anyway, I'm gonna pick that option. Yeah, I think that's probably the right idea. It only contains one single multitude. Nice. Anyway, it already seems like she's coming around a little. Although she's already been friends with Natsuki for a long time, you think maybe that would have changed her mind a little? Although I guess Natsuki's only been out for a little while, huh? Maybe this is what her changing her mind looks like. Plus, I'm her roommate now, and I'm super accepting of queer people. That might be because I'm super accepting of everyone, basically. But still, I believe in her. She'll change her thinking. I've gotten to know her pretty well. I've been a roommate for a little while now, after all. She's so kind and open-minded about everything else. Really open-minded about some things. Although I don't mind that. I'm pretty open-minded myself. She has so many strengths, and so few weaknesses. She's funny, loving, easy to get along with, generous, pretty. There's so much to love about her. And the weaknesses, well, they're all about other people. There's this thing with Natsuki, sure, but that's not the main problem for her. She cares a lot about what other people think of her. Like, a lot. Way more than she lets on. Yeah, that comes across well, for sure. Other people's opinions really mattered to her. When she said she felt like everything would be awful because she wasn't in a good enough relationship, that made sense for her. Yeah. I don't really understand, because I'm not her, and I'm in a really good relationship myself, but it made sense that she would feel that way. She's really needy, I guess I'd say. Hmm. Especially about boys. She's very needy. She needs them to love her and be attracted to her. She's kind of like a character in a visual novel. Haha. Even besides that, she actually is one. You understand what I mean. Oh, music stopping. Sorry, that just reminded me of something. You know, that's the thing that happens in those dating VNs, right? Hmm? The girl or girls are there to care about and love the player, and to make the player feel really sure they'll be wanted. The girls often are a little, well, dependent on you. Oh, we're going that level of meta, are we? Like they really, really need you to make them feel more secure. That's the way it was with all of us before too. But we all got past it and became our own people rather than someone dependent on you. Mostly. Yeah. I mean, except for Monica, of course. I mean, just Monica. I returned. Welcome back. I picked the give her time option, in case you were wondering. It seemed like the most fitting. I was really depressed. I needed you to help me and support me, but then it was MC supporting me, not you. Wait, referring to the player? What's this? I needed you to help and support. She's addressing the player here. Um, at what point in the timeline did Sayori ever feel like she was dependent on the player and needed them to support her? Um, I don't know, strange, whatever. And also I put in the work to get better. And now I don't need you. You're just like my friend that I see sometimes. Natsuki's more really self-reliant and independent. But then the game made it clear that she was very lonely and felt isolated in a very bad situation at home. When she played MC and player in base game. Yeah, fair enough. Sorry, you have to make visual novel girls that way, otherwise they just want to date each other, haha, yeah. Felt isolated in a very bad situation at home. She needed you too. She dumped all over the chance to share one of her interests with you, but then she also became her own person. She's even more independent than ever. You didn't need me to tell you that. Yuri was a little different. She didn't need you at all at first. She was interested in you, maybe, a little bit, but she didn't need you. At least not until the game made her into this complete yandere character. Yeah. Yeah, as Deb is saying there, yeah, I guess, this whole needing you, etc., is uh, she's talking about the base game, but she's conflating MC with player here. Um, anyway, I made her this complete yandere character. At that point, she needed you so badly that she died, no matter what you did. That was a very sad one to me. Yuri's not really like that. She's contained, you know. She does her own thing most of the time, so it was really sad to learn what had happened to her. But she also got past it, and she grew a lot. She's much more confident now in dealing with other people, even though she's still shy. Is she still shy? We really don't see much of Yuri's shyness in this mod, you know? Um, like, Yuri has, like, she had difficulty, confessing her feelings to Natsuki back in season 3, but arguably Natsuki had the same issues. It wasn't necessarily a result of shyness. Um, I mean, I don't know. Like, to some degree, um, you could say that Yuri like acts more confident when she's in the company of people in the club, and maybe we just don't see Yuri's interactions or lack of interactions with other people outside of the club. Um, but yeah, I don't know, the whole shyness angles. It feels like it just kind of went away, like in the early days of the mod, and then just stayed away. Anyway, moving right along. Even though she's still shy, she doesn't need anyone. Well, she really likes having Natsuki around, but that's by choice, not because she wouldn't survive at all without Natsuki. So yeah, we all got better and past that version of ourselves. all, we all got better. All of us. Just, we're just gonna gloss over the fact that she didn't mention Monica's name. Anyway, I mean, I know the meta narrative subtext is that this whole this season is going to be about Monica getting over her obsession with the player and so on, but it's kind of funny that Sai just didn't touch on that here. Anyway, almost all of us. And here's another choice. I'm going to hit save. And I have the option to say, like, all three options acknowledge Monica. You mean Monica. Or, don't you think Monica's a little better now? Question mark. Or, Monica's not needy, just in love. Yeah. Getting over it with Monica. Yeah. So, yeah, it's neat how each of these anytime that Monica comes up in this and her like obsession with the player and so on, I'm referring it to as obsession, quotation mark. Um, but uh, yes, she just to shift her obsession to ketchup chips. That's it. Um, it's funny. Anyway, yeah, no, like each of these options has the Monica after story option. Like, oh, she's just in love, and just totally feeding into the obsession and enabling it, and not acknowledging it as an obsession. It's just saying, oh, it's just love, though. You know, quote unquote love. Um, I mean, I could just say open ended, oh, you mean Monica. Or I could, uh, give the rage bait comment. Don't you think Monica's better now? when she obviously isn't. To force Sayori to acknowledge that no, she's not better. Um, but I think I'm just gonna go with like the sort of neutral option of you mean Monica. Monica's obsessed with ketchup chips with her. Sure, go with that. Yeah, I do. She's one of those girls too, you know. Hmm? One of those girls? Someone meant to need you. It just wasn't as obvious at first. For one thing, Monica's very strong mentally and emotionally. It's not in her nature to need something from anyone else. Or at least she doesn't naturally like it. And for another thing, that's the whole point of our game. She's supposed to just be off to the side being the competent president, while you pursue one of us other needy girls. And then when it turns out she's interested in you, then she gets needy. A lot needy. The most needy of all the needy girls. I feel bad for her about that. Again, it just doesn't seem like it's in her nature. And she deserves a lot better. That's why I think of her as a victim of all this as much as anyone else. Maybe even more so. Because she's had such trouble moving on. Someday, though, I know she'll be alright in time. I wrote a poem about this once, actually. But, well, enough talk about that, I think. Wrote a poem about that? Did she? Which of the many, many poems? I mean, Sayori's written, what, like 39 poems over the course of this? I guess 40 now. We're at episode 40. Is it one of those poems? Can't think off the top of my head which one it would be. She's owed something? Yeah, anyway. Well, enough talk about that, I think. It's not really my part. Anyway, spend enough time talking your ear off about stuff. I should get to class. Have a good visit with us. Sorry, it's last season 3 poem about manga? Oh, okay. We're back to Kagami again now. And the minor key variant of Play With Me song. Anyway, the class murmurs and various students find their seats. All right, everyone settle in. I'm here, finally. So for today's lecture, we need to briefly review the last thing we talked about a few days ago. Where's MC? He's not usually late for class. Honestly, that boy. Seems like he's been applying himself in this class, but he'll never keep up if he doesn't. MC looks tired and disheveled as he takes his seat. Kagami leans in and whispers to him, "Hey, you alright?" So he just gives her a black look and then focuses on the lecture. Sheesh, what's his problem? Alright, that's enough for now. Enjoy your long weekend and don't fall behind in the meeting. Guarantee you, next time will be really confusing if you haven't done the reading. Everybody gets up to leave, but MC just sinks into his seat and closes his eyes. Oh, is he... still... Is he getting not enough sleep because of nightmares and stuff still? Or... Anyway. Kagami watches them while everyone else leaves them alone. Hey! Hey! What do you want? I'm trying to check on you, you moron. You walked in here barely able to keep yourself together and you missed like half the lecture, it seems like. You look like you haven't slept. Something is going on with you. Nothing is going on with me, I'm fine. Obviously not true. What's up with you? Fess up. I am not going to talk about this with you. I'm in no mood to deal with your harassment today. Whoa, hang on, I'm not trying to harass you. You called me a moron immediately. Because you yelled at me immediately. This is what I'm in no mood for right now. I'm going. Well, I mean, yes, MC got defensive immediately, but it's like... When did you... Like, it's this practiced pattern that she keeps engaging in. Anyway, moving right along. Kagi's crying. Stupid MC. Hey, are you okay? Huh? And just asking if you're alright. Yeah, I'm fine. Just a weird day. Thanks for checking on me, though. You must be MC's sister, just from the resemblance alone. This scene is clearly fame? Oh, fake. There's new music, by the way, I notice. I don't think I've heard this song before in this. He never has genuine emotions, sure. I mean, So this is Monika's first time meeting Kagami, I guess. Hey, you know him? Yeah, he's a friend of mine, clubmate from high school. You guys really do look like twins. I'm Monika. Kagami. A pleasure. Likewise. Well, I don't want to pry about what's wrong. If you're okay, you're okay. Just didn't look that way. Is it really that obvious? To me, at least, yeah. It's pretty clear you're having a hard time. Well, if you're MC's friend, maybe you can help. It's about him. Oh, yeah? Well, tell me about it. Uh-oh. You're about to become part of one of Monika's schemes, probably. I'm glad to help with things when I can. I mean, if this is Kagami's first time meeting Monika, like, does she know anything about Monika? Does she know that Monika is like a schemer and has schemes going on constantly? Dance puppet, yeah. Like Monika's, you know, sort of been established as the sort of person who's gonna, like, use whatever information she can get for, you know, whatever purposes. Anyway, moving on. I'm glad to help with things when I can. Oh, okay. Oh, we're back to Miss Ida. I'm not sure, however, if that's what he intended. Oh, it's Miss Hirayama. Just a nice, helpful girl. Sure, of course. Just indeed. Anyway, that word is subject to many possible definitions. Only one of which, as far as I'm aware, relates to an emotional state. I've not heard from him since. Oh dear, Miss Hirayama, poor Junko Hirayama, is still having difficulties with social awkwardness. I must conclude either that he is not interested or that he has too much else to worry about at this time. Hmm. But I have spoken about myself for too long. I think now it's been several minutes. How are your own attempts at romance proceeding? Asami? Oh, sorry. I guess my dating life is going okay. Some ups, some downs, but better than it used to be at least. Yeah, shoot, this is a reminder. I meant to, I wanted to send another email in, like, about Miss Ida, because she's has gotten so little attention. There's, aside from the text message that Monica sent in relation to the emails, like it sort of feels like no one in the club has had any interaction with Masita. Masita's got to, she's so attention from us, yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, stuff could be happening behind the scenes that we aren't aware of. That could always be the case in any of these scenes, in any of the at any point throughout this mod. For all I know, for all we know. Um, but I mean, the five members of the club moved on to college, and now Masita is the only one in the school who has knowledge about the simulation, the super reality, whatever you want to call it. So that's got to be isolating. And while she is, the adultier adult of the group, um, that's still got to weigh on you to some degree. Anyway, um, yeah, I don't know. I feel like I want to send an email that acknowledges her or something. Moving right along. Some ups, some downs, but better than it used to be at least. Does it look like Kaji might return soon? So I guess Kaji's the guy she was seeing at the end of the last season? No. Oh, okay. So we just put him on a bus, did we? I believe that's the trope name there. Instantly, ad break coming up in 3 minutes 20 seconds. I'll pause when that comes up. But yeah, no, there's a trope put on a bus when a character they just get written out of the story in between scenes or in between episodes. We never find out what happened to them. God, she went to America. Yeah. Oh yeah, is that part of a Harrier jet? Yeah. Anyway, I presume things are still going tolerably with the other gentleman then. Yes, that is good then. You seem in need of focus today. I should leave you to your work. No, that's not necessary. You don't have to go, Junko. I like having you here. What is this you're looking at on the computer? World.bat? Is this yours? I mean, you'd had to fight the angel alone? The angel? Okay. Is it a Final Fantasy reference or something? Or, I don't know. There could be a number of things that could be referenced to now that I think about it. I don't know. Anyway. Um, I'm presuming Miss Ida doesn't actually have access to the code and stuff. The world.bat refers to the game file specific to this mod. And, Monica implied that she made a bunch of changes to it, and it's suggested by subtext that part of her scheme involves tinkering with it somehow. And, but seriously, no, does Miss Ida have access to it somehow? Or did, I don't know, is there a copy of it, like, on the actual computer within the simulation? I don't know. Evangelion? Oh, okay. Oh, right, that angel. Yeah. Kaji's. Oh, okay. Yeah. Neon Genesis Evangelion, of course. Misato's sometime love interest in that show. Yeah, it's been long. I didn't immediately pick up on the reference. Yeah, Misato Literature and Ida has some things in common with Misato. Yes, like the the beer drinking at the end of each day, for instance. Anyway, World.bat, is this yours? No, it's something I'm trying to figure out. Misita quickly minimizes the window. Excuse me. Apologies, I did not mean to intrude onto something private. That's okay, I just was trying to figure out what it even does. Well, before you close it, I saw that it uses ArcPy. That is informative. ArcPy? ArcPy? Is this some kind of is this a Ren'Py offshoot? Ren'Py being the language that DDLC is made in the first place, the coding language based on Python. Is ArcPy a real thing, or is it something invented for the purpose of this? I don't know. I'll think about that. I'm gonna go because ad break is imminent. I'll be right back. And I'm back again. It's real? Okay. That's cool. Good to know. Sorry about the wait. I just one-handed things. Uh, I just first I was struggling to. I mean, I intended to be a real quick thing. I just wanted, go use the washroom, go pee, and then get a bit of the soup which I had heated up during the previous break. But then I spent an inordinately long time uh, trying to do up my shorts because have you ever tried to do up a button with one hand? It's a pain in the butt. And then there was the like the soup or the borscht rather. Um, I was gonna bring it in here to eat, and it's like it's awkward 'cause I can't hold the bowl while using the spoon. I have to set it down on a surface, and uh, the surface where I would have put it was occupied by other things. Most notably, I moved the mouse onto this side because so I could use it with my my left hand. Um, I've been de facto one-legged for a long stretch, but never one-handed. Yeah, fair. Yeah, it's I mean, given the choice, I feel like I'd rather be one-legged than one-handed, frankly. Having to do everything with one hand, especially my non-dominant hand, I'm right-handed. So it kind of extra sucks that it was my right hand that got busted up. Fortunately, I'm fairly ambidextrous. Like, I can do most tasks with my left hand. I can't write worth a damn with my left hand. But most tasks I can do with my left hand. It was helpful when I was working as especially from a game perspective. Yeah. It's helpful when I was a massage therapist back in the day, being able to do things with either hand. It's helpful in a lot of ways. Yeah, from a gaming perspective, yeah. I mean, there's seems worse to not have your hands. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I'm gonna have to put the Silk Song series on hold for a while. I don't know how long. Um, like, I mean, they said at 2 weeks there's a chance I can get the cast off and have it replaced by Splint. But at that point, even then, I imagine I'm gonna be reluctant to, you know, play a really involved game with Silksong, which requires a lot of hand motion, including like thumb usage. I suspect I'm gonna want to take it easy. So yeah, games with one hand that can be played with one hand, I think are going to have to be on the menu for a while. Like, hey, maybe this is an excuse to play more DDLC mods. I mean, there are a couple that I wouldn't mind playing. I don't know, Vigilance, yeah, or turn-based games. I could pick up Civilization 6. That could be a thing. That's theoretically been on my to-do list for a while. I'm thinking Jupiter Hell Classic is going to be next because the new version came out, and I have yet to pick up Jupiter Hell Classic at all. I've played plenty of Jupiter Hell, but Jupiter Hell Classic is the one that melds Doom RL and Jupiter Hell together, and I've caught glimpses of someone playing it. It looks interesting. They took it in some interesting directions. Jupiter also very one-handed friendly. Exactly. Yeah, because it's a turn-based game. Anyway, moving right along. Well, before you close it, I saw that it uses ArcPy. That is informative. I don't know much about coding. What does that mean? Well, to state it in abbreviated fashion, it would be something you use for geographic problems and applications. It is often used in conjunction with GIS, for particular geographic applications like relating computer programs to maps and buildings and things. I would say that whatever the use of this thing may be, it is safe to say it has some intersection between computers and geographic information. Python is a programming language. You'd use ArcPy for Python implemented applications that made use of geographic information. I see. So about your date, are you going to call him again? Perhaps not. I think I'll leave it to him to say if he still has interest. Yeah, that makes sense. MC is sleeping at one of the club room desks. Oh, hello, MC. Ah, Yuri returns out into the hallway. A minute passes. Hello, beloved. Why are we whispering? MC is asleep inside. Dude, it's club time. He's got a wakey now. If he's asleep right now, he probably needs it very badly. Not everyone is here yet. Let him rest until we start. Alright. So, what? Are we just going to stand here and whisper until Monica and Sayori get here? What? You don't like it when I whisper? See, where's this shyness we were just told that Yuri is experiencing? Anyway, hey, knock it off. You might only be pretending to be asleep. And MC, F you if you're pretending to be asleep. Besides, we've already been caught making out in the club room once, and that was enough. Caught making out in the... Oh, right. From season 3. The gayness clearly outweighs the shyness. I mean, yeah, that's one way to say it. That is true. I hear someone coming in any event. Hey, guys, Hey, keep it down. Your man is sleeping. Oh, I see. Man. What is it? Everybody's talking about MC today. I passed Monica and Kagami out in the hall talking about him. Huh. I wonder what they're... Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. I saw MC was asleep through the window. Yeah, but it's gotta be time to wake him up now. We gotta get club started. Hang on, I'll do it. Sorry with the H word again. Sayori kneels down by MC's face resting on the desk. And she she kisses him on the lips very slowly several times. Monica seems amused. Natsuki is surprised and maybe aroused. I don't know. Yuri is kind of neutral. Is Monica amused, or is she enjoying it vicariously? Or, I mean, it's sort of... He's very demisexual about it, yeah. I mean, you sort of get a sense that Monica is aware that the other club members have paired off, and she's feeling lonely about it. Like, I kind of wonder, does she get vicarious enjoyment about it? Does she just generally enjoy it? I don't know. I'm going to move. Yeah, I just don't get what people see in that guy. Yeah. Anyway. Oh. Good morning, handsome man. Or, good afternoon. You fell asleep in the club room. Oh, man. Did you just kiss me like that in front of everyone? I sure did. Now come on. It's time for club. Okay. Give me a second. Come on. I'll kiss you more if you get up in the next 10 seconds. Normally, I wouldn't allow this kind of thing in the literature club. She never admit third wheel feelings to them if she did have them. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that tracks. But if it helps get things started in a timely fashion... Now Yuri's blushing too. Alright, that's enough. That's going way too far. No need to indulge yourselves. Well, let's get started. Is it implication that Sayori and MC are just passionately making out off camera here? Anyway. Poems, names from a pencil case, and emails. You know some serious Vegas at that point? I mean, yeah. What should we start with? I vote for poems first, as usual. Get them out of the way. Sure thing. It was poems about the sunrise this time. Since you want to get it done, Natsuki, how about you go first? Yep. Glory. Glory to the sun as it rises. Everything knows what it means, what it gives. The insects come out, the birds sing for joy, the trees stretch and lean to drink the light, the reptiles bathe in it. Imagine being 1,000 feet deep in the sea, the darkness, the murmuring oblivion. And then you plant your feet on the seafloor and launch up, faster and faster. Hints of light trickle in. You see a fish here and there, faster and faster, and you start to see the rays diffracting, that's a word, about. But before you can even think about it, you emerge, flying up into the air. Glory all around you, the bright sun shining, the only shining gem in all the darkness, so bright that all else becomes bright. You can do this every day. Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, I was like, hmm. Yeah, they're hint. I sort of feels like there are hints of Yuri's influence here and there. I mean, like the use of word diffracting, but also like metaphorical aspects and the typical, at this point, Natsuki Stinger. You can do this every day. Like, is this how Natsuki feels about the sun? Anyway, moving on. Yuri's reaction. Uh-oh. Set order error. Yuri's behind Monica, despite the fact that it says Yuri and it's in quotes, so it's like her speaking, even though she isn't speaking. But I I cannot describe how incredible I find this poem. Aw. Oh, I can wait for my computer. I'll make a note. Hold on. I'll just make a note of the time so I can come back to it later. 2 hours, 24 minutes, and 35 seconds. There. Just make a note of the time, and that'll be enough of a reminder, hopefully, for me to come back to this later. Or just post it in the CM Discord. I mean, yes, but I can only type with one hand, so I want to put a reminder now, so I'm not taking up time in the stream. So I'm going to move on. Can't describe how incredible I find this poem. It's such a radical departure for you. It's amazing. Yeah, well, kind of wanted the point of this one to be that this super amazing thing happens every day. But because it happens every day, no one really understands how amazing it is. So I just kind of tried to find a way to get across how incredible and powerful it is. Didn't really mean to, but I ended up writing something kind of different in the process. It is the most beautiful of all your wonderful written work to date. Aw. My work had a somewhat similar theme of the sunrise being taken for granted, but I could not possibly flatter myself that my poem was half as good as this at making that point. Wow, okay. You're like really buttering up Natsuki at here. Fantastic work, Natsuki. You really challenged yourself with this one, whether you meant to or not. I really adore the device of emerging from underwater to this amazing, bedazzling brilliance, and then comparing that to the experience that you can have every day. Yeah, that was the best way I could think of to get across how amazed we should be by it. You don't see a lot of all caps in poems. Seems really appropriate here, though. Like the power of the sun needs to be all capitalized? Totally, totally. I actually wrote it normally the first time, but then I was like, no, this is not enough. It's also written in capitals. So I rewrote it with with the all caps version. And I was like, yeah, this is way better. Everything on the planet really loves the sun. Your poem reminded me of how plants and animals greet it when it comes. That really is a warm, fuzzy feeling. Thank you, thank you. Well, babe, I was going to suggest you go next, but I don't want to put you on the spot. I really doubt that mine is way better than yours. It is, but I will go anyway. Just don't judge it too harshly by comparison. In ordinary divinity, the sunrise is a reminder that we are all spinning. The sun holds as to us. It is we that turn. We turn to look at her face, and like bashful lovers turn away, unable to endure such a powerful radiance. But we know that we need her. We can't live without her. So we turn back again and again, until our turns become twirls, and our gaze upon our goddess becomes a daily ritual, a sacred mundane. Yeah, I mean, just like Yuri said, it's about yeah, a sacred mundane. That's a fantastic phrase there. Like it's amazing, but it's been mundane. Like it's like surreal, like spiritual experience, but it's still mundane. Anyway, moving on. Ha! I think this is about something other than the sun. Oh? What could it be about, Sayori? I can see why you would think that, but it really is about the sun, rather than Natsuki. The sun is such a glorious thing, to use Natsuki's idea, so glorious that we would all die if we faced towards it continuously. So we live because we turn away and then toward it, and in the process we get used to it. An ordinary divinity. Exactly. I was not quite sure how I felt about it being ordinary. I just thought that getting across that it was ordinary to us was a good point for the poem to have. I think it's definitely a good point. It's more to the point about it than Natsuki's. Natsuki's more grandiose, which is strange to say compared to one of your poems, Yuri. That's the reverse of how it usually is. But yours still gets the point across nicely. Whether you meant it or not, it is pretty romantic about the sun. I don't know, man. The sun sounds pretty beautiful and awesome. Hot, you might say. But really, babe, I don't know why you say this is worse than mine. I actually like it better than mine. I think it's because Yuri wrote a poem that Natsuki would usually like, and Natsuki wrote a poem Yuri would usually like. I mean, yeah, there's that in it. It's really cute that you didn't do it on purpose. But they're both really good poems. Okay, I think I'm ready to go now. Felt difference. I never see the sunrise. I'm always sleeping in. My eyes are only open after the day begins. But once I saw a sunrise, I was tired and so cold. Someone made me watch it who was a lot more bold. I thought, I've seen a sunset. Surely it must be the same. Just over there instead of here and with a different name. I wasn't right about that. The two are not alike, with as different energy as day compared to night. A warm and wistful ending. Sunsets are calm and sad. Sunrise is cold and bitter, yet day's hope makes it glad. Yeah, sweet little poem. Man, I get a totally different vibe from sunrises. I mean, I guess I get where the hope part comes from, but man, I always get tired when I look at sunrises, as you'll see when you read my poem. But besides all that, I really like the feeling of this poem. You use the meter and rhyme really well. Yeah, I want this to be more of a normal sounding poem. Was MC the person who made you watch the sunrise? No, it was my dad. So well, MC? Yeah. So right, yeah. It was my dad. I've actually seen more than one sunrise, I think. But I really remember the one he made me watch. We were out on vacation in the country somewhere, camping, and he woke me up really early and made me watch the sunrise. Can't really remember seeing one before then, but it really did feel different than a sunset. I understand what you mean entirely. Sunsets, besides feeling warmer, have a more orange-red feeling to them, and sunrises are more blue. It's interesting. Blue. There's the return of that meme. It's interesting that you'd think of sunrises and sunsets as having those colors. Don't they both have those colors in some part? Yes, but this is more about the feel of them than the actual color, if that makes sense. Ooh, it is. Could Yuri have, like, synesthesia or something? Where the senses overlap and interact with each other? I once had a girlfriend with synesthesia. She talked about like sounds like in music having like colors associated with them in her mind, like she like sees colors when she listens to the music, which is kind of neat. She did say in season 1 that she thinks of numbers having colors. Yeah, so perhaps. Yeah. But yeah, interesting. Anyway, the feel of them and then the actual color, if that makes sense. Although they both do have all those colors. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Sunrises are cooler, and not just because it's colder outside, but at the same time, I feel like they have more energy to them because they begin the day, and sunsets are about day's ending. Yeah, that's it exactly. I see. Well, MC, just you and me left. Shall you go or shall I? I'll go. Too long. The sunrise makes me tired. I've been up too early when I see it, and I'll have to be up a long time still. Sunrise just reminds me how long there is to go. It's worst in the summer, where before you had coolness and you can feel the heat leaking in gradually like the boiling frog, and there's nothing for it. People say a long day to mean they've had a hard day, and on days when you see the sunrise, You've had the longest day you can, the hardest day you can. Oof. Well, that's yeah, rather negative impression of the sunrise. But it's uh, I can sort of imagine that, especially lately, if he's getting like nightmares and waking up repeatedly through the night, he may have seen more sunrises than he'd like to. And I can sort of imagine that leading into him going like, "This is gonna be a long day," you know, because he's it feels longer when you're tired and exhausted and looking forward to going to bed. MC cranky for some reason. Now here I actually did a sneaky blue reference without directly saying it during her scene earlier. Did she? Blue reference, indirect, sneaky indirect blue reference. I don't recall offhand what she said that. Anyway, moving right along. You don't like summer sunrises, huh? I actually prefer them because they're less chilly. My poem is all about how cold sunrises can be. Yeah, it's not so much that the sunrise itself is uncomfortable. It's just, it's just it's going to get really hot. Not a fun feeling, especially when you have a long day ahead of you. Don't you ever have days where you don't have a long day ahead of you at sunrise? Not really, I can remember anyway. Seems like every day that I see a sunrise is because I had to wake up early to do something all day. That's why they just feel exhausting. Well, you should see some sunrise just for fun then. They're really nice when you don't have to be anywhere or do anything. You and I should get up early someday and watch one, and then go right back to bed. And that sounds nice fun, although it's always hard to fall back asleep once you wake up. I don't know, I mean, maybe it's a reflection of my poor sleeping habits, but I have no problem falling asleep again after I get up. I mean, I'm kind of a night owl. I tend to like my way my body is wired or whatever. It just I find it hard to sleep at night, but getting up in the morning is hard. It's harder to do, and it's easy to fall back asleep then. It's like it's hard to fall asleep when it's nighttime. I'm supposed to fall asleep, but anyway, moving right along. Not for me these days. I can kind of see both sides of the sunrise. Mostly get the MC vibe off of them. Like, if I am up so early and today sucks, that's what I get off this poem. You got it. By the same time, yeah, the sunrise is incredibly beautiful and weirdly hopeful. I guess it's like one of those Rorschach tests. How much you're into a sunrise depends on what kind of day you're going to have. Whether you get to go back to sleep after the sunrise. I was pleased by the use of the analogy to the frog in the slowly boiling water. Yeah. I did not quite understand the poem at first. I really love sunrises myself. But the feeling of the heat gradually building with the use of that analogy really made me understand how you felt about them. It was a perfect way to encapsulate your point of view on it in a way I could grasp. Very good communicative poetry. Thanks, Yuri. That means a lot coming from you. Aw. Well, it's one of those rare occasions where I get to go last. Is it really that rare? It feels like it sometimes. Anyway, here's mine. Winter's sun. Awaken early morning, cold and stormy, just stars above and shiver cold. I scrunch my sleeves and scrounge for heat, the chill will bite through clothing's folds. And then the sun, dark red and dun, up over a hill a sliver runs. An inkling of warmth seeps through the storm, grateful for little, a beggar's crumbs. So we go from a summer sun from MC to a winter sun from Monica. Trying to say how to interpret it and stuff. Yeah, well, I mean, I guess she's expressing some measure of gratitude for the little bit of heat that comes from the sunrise in a cold day or a cold night, I suppose. Oh, anyway, uh, yeah, I think in some cultures there is a tradition of wanting to watch the first sunrise of the year, like after New Year's has passed, staying up and watching the sunrise. Um, I don't know if it's a strictly Japanese thing or what. I recall. Um, was it, wasn't there a non Bayori episode that dealt with that? With, they were going out to see a sunrise. Or am I thinking of a different anime? Anyway, moving right along. Japanese do like to greet the nearest sun. Yeah. Ah. Uh, as they say, yeah. The exact opposite feeling of mine, kind of. I was worried about too hot and you were worried about too cold. Yes, that's right. Or rather, I was trying to talk about how that first glint of sunlight feels when you're cold in the early morning. That feeling of eagerness for any warmth, however small. Crumbs to a starving beggar is how you put it. Yes. I actually was struggling to decide between two expressions here. I was either going to say drops of water on barren land or crumbs to a beggar, but now that I think about it, I kind of like drops of water better. But I changed my mind about it 5 times the other day, so really it's probably just a case of the grass being greener. Even a little bit of something that you really need or miss goes a long way, huh, Monica? Is is Sayori making a reference to Monica getting little bits of interaction with the player, perhaps? Is that what you're alluding to there, Sayori? The comment I was gonna make here is like, Monica, you could just use both expressions. Like, why not have two verses, one with each? Oh well. Anyway, go to Sledgehammer's subtlety. Sorry, yeah. Yeah, it sure does. Question: what does dun mean? I sort of take it to mean dark or dim, although really it means a specific pale brownish grayish color, which you can sort of associate with early sunrise. The word actually comes from the same root as dusk, actually, so ironically, you've used a word associated with sunsets. Really? I would think that the pale gray color I'm thinking of would be more of a sunrise-ish color. I agree. I like the lilt of this one. I can kind of naturally feel where I'm supposed to raise my pitch and lower my pitch. It's very lyrical. Like, it'd be super easy to find a melody to go with these words. Thanks. Yeah, I like it when you can really infer how to say a poem just from the way it's structured. Normally, I'm not very good at that. Sayori is really the expert on it of all of us. But sometimes I pull it off all right. Well then, that's all the poems presented. I'll assume we want to do emails last as usual, and we can do names from pencil case. Madam Vice President, do you have the honored pencil case full of names? I sure do. Yeah. Instantly, yes, we're past the poems. We're 2 hours and 41 minutes into the stream. The video for this was in the neighborhood of 3 hours, so I can probably get through this entire episode in one session. That's what I'm aiming for today. Don't think there's the need to split it up like I did a couple episodes back. As long as I don't go on too many Tormuse tangents. Anyway, moving on. I sure do. Although it's not really full of names, it just has the 3 names in there. And that's enough names, I'd say. Please do the honors. The winner today is you, Monica. So what's it gonna be? Gonna make us read some book over the next half hour? Or worse, over the next week? This grumbling look from Monica here. No. I think I'd just like to take a trip to the student union and get some snacks. But that doesn't really count as an activity, does it? It's not really even literary. I don't think you get to lecture me about whether the free time activity has to be literary or not. I mean, yeah. but it's fully in character for Natsuki to do it anyway. Besides, there's precedent for this. We went grocery shopping one time for the free activity. Yeah, that's fair. I guess it's just a little unlike you. Usually you'd be all serious and literary about it. Yeah, I guess I'm just feeling a little worn out today. What is Monica's angle here? What's going on here? What are these reactions from Yuri and Sayori here? Like, Natsuki just looks confused. MC just neutral expression. Hmm. And as we expressed in the previous session, I know you haven't, for whatever reason, Dev isn't using the MPT version of the MC sprites. Instantly, I was curious, and I looked at the game files, and I noticed you're not using an MPT version for Ayami either. And like, wow, there's it just uses every true, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. If I'm gonna say is if it was me, I would try to adapt it to function with MPT. Makes things a lot easier. But anyway, moving right along. I guess I'm just feeling a little worn out today. Instead of digging deep on some literary thing, I'd really just like to ease off for a bit, go get some snacks, then come back and do emails. I could use some time to just turn my brain off for a while, I think. Well, I'm not gonna complain about snacks. An insane number of expressions, and you are indeed probably right. Yeah, it scrolling through the files for Ayami did feel excessive. Because it was like every combination of everything. Oh well, anyway. I'm not gonna complain about snacks. You're gonna come back here right after and do emails? That's the plan. Let's go! Excelsior! Anyway. What are you getting, babe? I have not decided. I might not get anything. Aw, you can't come out here and then not get anything. But mostly it's all junk food. Yeah, that's true. That cashier is always ragging on me about... That cashier. Yuri, come over here for a second. I want you to... Oh. What's wrong? That one sarcastic cashier isn't working right now. Well, yeah, he works... Or they work the night shift. I thought we established that. Why would you expect them to be there during the day? I guess that makes sense. I think I remember them talking about working nights. You want me to meet that cashier? Yeah, I think you would have liked them. Now, come on, you need to buy something. No, I don't have to. But if you insist. I mean... It would make sense for them to stock up on supplies for their rooms. So they don't have to make like midnight runs to the shop. I would think. But then again, what do I know? Maybe Natsuki likes making those midnight runs and meeting the sarcastic cashier. Anyway. Okay, I think I'm set. Well, that definitely looks like it'll be enough. Do you think? I could get more. No, I think this is plenty. Man, Monica got even more than me. Usually you go pretty light. And there's a reason I wanted to go get snacks. It's a snacky kind of day for me. I mean, I had, like, okay. Like, I had a feeling that there was some scheme involved in this. This clear departure from Monica's usual. And we don't know the content of the, her meeting with Ryan at the end of the previous session. Is she, huh. Could she be getting snacks for him, perhaps? She, very conscious of the fact that he's, sleeping on a bench, homeless. Anyway. Snacky kind of day for me. Are you okay? I know that when I am getting a ton of snacks, I feel pretty bad. I'm fine, Sayori. I am definitely trying to feel better through the use of snacks, but it's nothing terrible. I could just use a pick-me-up, you know? Good. But why not just get snacks from the snack basket? The student union is stuff that I don't usually stock the basket with. Plus, the snack basket is perilously low at the moment. But then where does she usually get the snacks from, if not from the student union? I don't know. Before you judge me too much for buying all this, you should know that some of it is for the snack basket. You're so noble. I've written Monica well when her doing a snack run causes people to go, how does this fit into her plan? I mean, exactly. I try. MC, are you getting anything? Just these cookies. Don't worry, Bun. I got them knowing you would eat at least half. I won't eat that many. I have enough of my own snacks. I just want to taste. Maybe one or two. Well, hey, more for me then. And we got the sunset version of the club background. And the music that's the lead-in for the email section. Okay, everyone. Man, feels like it's been a minute since you said okay, everyone. Solid. Solid? Immensely solid. You have no idea. Okay. In any event, we're ready to finish up with some emails. We answer emails every meeting from everyone in the real world. They're looking at they're looking at us, right, Sayori? Right. So don't forget you can email me at lit.club.press.monica@gmail.com and send in your questions for the club. We get to most all of the questions eventually. And now, without further ado, let's get right to it. Can we pull up the first one? You got it. All right. I know I sent you like 3 emails in the span of 2 days, but I realized I'd forgotten that I actually had a few questions too. First off, Sayori and Natsuki, and anyone else who Mario Karts, what's your favorite course? Favorite course music, your main, for the record, Minor Squee, Clean Spirit, SNES Rainbow Road, an Inkling Girl, Comic, and Wiggler. I asked this last time, but it kind of got lost in the shuffle, not that I blame you. Kind of got completely overshadowed by the music, and that's kind of on me, lol. Second, Yuri and Miss Ida. Really everyone, but I think they'll appreciate it most. From what I understand, mammals with blue, green, purple, etc. fur may have existed in IRL real life at one point when mammals were first starting to be a thing. However, if I recall correctly, mammals of today evolved entirely from dull-colored nocturnal mammals, which explains why humans tend to have duller hair colors. Meanwhile, you guys live on George Orwell's anime farm and evolved from stuff like Notepad Plus and Krita, so you guys can have hair colors that range from the plausible but vibrant to I can't believe it's not hair dye. Thirdly, what's up with the colored text boxes? Was that something Monica did or ... And fourthly, Miss Ida, what do you think of your sprite work? I know that when you saw it for the first time it was a shock, but what about in retrospect? Okay, so someone has a question for Miss Ida. There's something I was going to comment about that. It is a good question, though. I mean, it has been established club meetings canon that that characters just have those hair colors. Purple, pink, whatever hair colors, and that's just normal for them. They don't have to dye the hair or whatever. But it does raise questions of like, does that mean animals in this game, in this simulation, can have wild colors too? Anyway, right into the video games. I see. All you video game people, answer this first one. I'll text Masita in the meantime, so you don't have to wait for answers to stuff when we get there. I definitely agree with you that the best track has got to be a Rainbow Road. I think my favorite is the Mario Kart 64 one. So many 6 skips on it. Excuse me. I need to drink more. I'll go with that for my favorite music as well. My favorite Carter is Birdo. I think maybe Baby Rosalina, but I dig Birdo. Yeah. Incidentally, as usual, we're talking about specific intellectual properties that I'm not familiar with, so all this is just going over my head. I'm just going to continue reading. Anyway, my favorite is DK Mountain from Mario Kart Wii. Favorite musical track? That's kind of hard. I think I'll go with another Mario Kart 64 selection and go with the Bowser's Castle theme from that one. I really dig that. I really like racing as Dry Bones in 8, so I'll pick them for my favorite racer. My favorite racer is Yoshi. I really like Yoshi Valley. My favorite one is the updated one in Mario Kart 8. My favorite song is the Rock Rock Mountain one from 7. Good Mario Kart questions. Go ahead, Yuri. The next part is for you. What about Masita? I'm working on it. Go ahead and answer the question. I'm not really sure there is a question. Yeah, there isn't really a question in there. It acknowledges... whatever. Moving on. I suppose that there might be some valid evolutionary biological reason why we have these more vibrant hair colors and you do not. But really, I suppose the true reason is that we are fiction. A writer or artist at some point thought those colors would be more interesting. I'm not sure what else I have to add on this topic. Has Masita responded? Not yet. We'll come back to this one once I get in touch with her. Let's just do the next part for now. I guess I should probably answer it. I didn't do anything to the text boxes, that's just the way it is. And I'm fully aware that it's different than the way things were in the base game. I guess a few things are different that way. It's part of us moving from the base game, I suppose. But whatever the cause is, I like it. Feels like it gives us all our own personality. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna get Masita on the phone here. She said to just call her. Hello? Hi, Monica. You're on speaker with everybody, including the audience. You're so right, Monica. Yeah. Hello, everyone. Deej. Aren't you, busy? I'm just working on a lesson plan. I don't have a class this afternoon. All right. Well, we have some questions for you from viewers. Go ahead. The first one wasn't so much a question as it was noting that animal furs can be different colors in real life, including colors like blue and purple. So the emailer hypothesizes that maybe there's some valid reason why we can have those hair colors, but the real world can't. That may be so. Biology is not really my field, but more likely it's just a narrative device since we're in a video game. That's what I said. I agree. All right. The next question is, what do you think of your sprite, basically? The emailer notes you were probably shocked when first seeing it, but wonders what you think of it now that you've had some time to reflect. Oh, that's a very interesting question. I would say it's definitely me, if that makes sense. It really gets across what I'm like. It captures my essence, or at least some of it. Let me think. If you've ever gotten a caricature done, it's something somewhat like that. You look at it and you think, yes, that's definitely me, and it really gets at who I am, but it doesn't capture all of you. It's just one picture. Or in this case, however many sprites it is. It does represent me very well, it's just as the other sprites represent the others very well, but it doesn't come close to giving you the full picture, if that makes sense. Still, I was flattered by my sprites, they look really nice. Thanks, Masita. You're very welcome. I assume you want to get back to lesson planning, but there are a few more emails, and some of them have questions for you. Oh, just keep me in the line then. I'll use you guys as background noise while I do work, and I'll jump in when it's for me. Yeah, that's one way to do it. Just hope that nobody, I mean, if Masita's in the school right now, I just have to hope that no one walks in on her while this is going on, or it'll be hard to explain. Potentially. Anyway. It'll be nostalgic. Alright then. I've returned once more, anyways, answering your question. My favorite episode so far is either episode 35 or 36 due to the stuff I was doing while reading it may have involved coding. Anyways, I have questions. Excuse me. Yuri, in your mod, what was in the cupboard? It was clearly dangerous enough for the universe to distract them from that cupboard. Was there a nuke in there, a lightsaber? We need an answer. Have you ever seen an anime called School Live? Gaku Gurashi? Okay. Let me see. Oh, their favorite episodes were the ones closest to our graduation. That was a pretty interesting time. Not a bad choice. They have a couple of questions for you, Yuri. The first question is addressed to me by mistake. Yeah, yeah, which mod was that? Something in the cupboard? Wait, is that the is that the D&D thing? I think that was MC's mod, wasn't it? Anyway. MC made the mod with the inaccessible cupboard, not me. Plus, didn't you already talk about what was in that cupboard? I did, but I don't mind saying it again. So basically the bad guy's journal is in that cupboard. If you open it, if you open it, tells you, I think that's supposed to say if you open it, comma, it tells you where the bad stuff is. If you open it, tells you where the bad stuff is and lets you know some of his weaknesses and weapons. I'm just going to make a note of that time as well. Oh, you already... Well, I'm going to make a note of the time anyway. Oh, Instinctively reaching for the mouse on the right side when it's on the left. Just minimize that. There we go. Okay. Moving on. You get specific warnings about the knife. So obviously the bad guy has a vested interest in distracting you from finding out what's in the cupboard. I figured the gang would probably get sidetracked by the distraction as he intended. Yes, I remember now. As to your other question, I'm afraid I have not seen the anime in question. Natsuki, have you? Sorry, nah. Apologies then for having no insight as to the anime. I do not watch many, even now. But do feel free to explain it to me. Oh, we're going to get an email explaining the anime now. Natsuki, what was the tallest thing you ever baked and how tall was it? How long was Yuri's longest ramble and what was it about? Punctuation, probably. Is it possible for you to outcook Sayori's endless hunger for cookies? You're up, Natsuki. I see. Tallest thing I've ever baked. I'm not sure. Don't exactly measure everything I make. I did make a 2-tier cake once, so that's probably it. That was maybe, I don't know, 30 centimeters. 30 centimeters? Like that high? That's a tall cake. Imagine cutting a piece from that. Anyway. Excuse me. I honestly could not tell you about Yuri's longest ramble. I don't time those either. Plus, to be real with you, I kind of get caught up in listening to whatever she's talking about, so I can't really tell the time. Also, it's really boring and I'm not in the mood. But usually I really like her rambles. I don't know. Sometimes she'll talk about something for like an hour or 2 hours. Usually that happens when I'm interested and I'm asking her questions about it and stuff. So, I guess there's your answer. Your third question, at least, is really easy to answer. No way. I could never, ever outbake Sayori's cookie hunger. Unless I made it my full-time job, I guess. Cookies take a little while to bake and then cool to an eatable temperature. And I don't know if you've noticed, but Sayori can go through some cookies. I guess eventually she's bound to lapse into a cookie coma and I could use that time to catch up, but eventually I'd run out of money for ingredients, so I get tired and she just eat everything, man. Girl really likes cookies. This Ida chiming in. Sayori, you're going to need to cut back on sugar at some point. Yeah. I've never seen someone eat so many sweets in my entire life, and I like sweets myself. It's true. Sayori, have you ever skated on ice? If yes, how was it? If no, have you ever wanted to go? Yeah, funny coincidence. Excuse me. Yeesh. all the reading out loud when doing mods like this take it out of me here, I guess. I was gonna say funny coincidence. I've been reading through a fan fiction called Cherry Wine, and I just passed a scene where the club goes out ice skating for New Year's. Yeah, it's funny coincidence. Yeah, still making my way through that story, slowly but surely. Cherry One, I can hear that one. Yeah, it's gosh darn. I'm gonna mute this mic for a second. Sorry about that. Yeah, I had to have to, in addition to the coughing, trying to do one-handed pouring of water. I don't know if it helped. Anyway, yeah, Cherry Wine. I kept getting. I figured I have to read it because I keep getting compared. Turquoise keeps getting compared to it. People asking me if I took inspiration from Cherry Wine when writing Turquoise, and no, like I was not aware of Cherry Wine at all. Yeah, Cherry Wine. Incidentally, the author is goes by the name Grape Soda, and yeah, the whole story is posted on Archive of Our Own or AO3. um, yeah, there's an ad break coming up in 2 minutes 15 seconds. I think I'm gonna have to take that time to like, I don't know, recover. But anyway, yeah, Cherry Wine gets compared to Turquoise a lot, and vice versa, because it also features a Sayori point of view story, which features romance with Monica, and Sayori has bulimia and like throws up from time to time. Yeah, it handles all the subjects very differently, though. Um, First of all, okay, yes, Sayori, it's a third person. It's a third person singular perspective. Like it's Sayori's point of view, and features her thoughts and stuff, but it's all written in third person. Um, the way she expresses herself in her internal monologue gets silly more frequently, or more tee hee ditzy more frequently than Turquoise does. Um, Also, the romance is very slow burn. It's like I'm 19 chapters deep, and without acknowledging or the they're acknowledging their feelings for each other, kind of thing. It's all sort of on the back burner subtext stuff. No, it's not that far. It's Sayori at least acknowledges her feelings to herself about Monica. Yeah, I wonder why the Sayori goes bulimic is common head because she binges, I suppose. Yeah, that's what I figure. um, yeah, but yeah, it puts a lot of focus on the bulimia, like a lot. Like in Turquoise, it's sort of a background detail that comes up from time to time, and she addresses a few times. Know anything about extremely slow burn romance? Only versus her bam. It's just haha. Yeah, sure. Uh, Ad break is imminent, so I'm gonna finish talking about that when I get back. I'll be right back. And back again. Rest of the voice, sure. Yeah, sorry about the wait. Yeah, in addition to, like, I finished off the borscht I was eating earlier. I want to, prepare some food for after the stream. So I put some chicken McNuggets. For some reason, I instinctively said McNuggets, even though they're just, they're not McDonald's. They're just regular nuggets. Uh, yeah, just put some chicken nuggets in the microwave, and it's a bit of a struggle because one thing I'm finding with having one hand out of commission is that I have to use my teeth for things a lot, and I'm not used to doing that because like I have hygiene issues. I don't want to put things in my mouth. But yeah, I was unable to open the package for the chicken nuggets one-handed, so I just I had to use my teeth for that. Um, anyway, just wanted to share, I guess. The continued struggles of one-handed tour muse. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, so say have you ever skated ice? Oh yeah, I was sorry, I got distracted. The ice skating thing. I was talking about cherry wine. Yeah, the cherry wine, the fan fiction featuring bulimic Sayori, um, it focuses a lot on Sayori's bulimia and her her food struggles, her one-headed experience still good to hear about in an empathy slice of life way. Sure, sure. Yeah. Yeah, she like Sayori's internal monologue in Cherry Wine is like constantly talking about food, counting calories, worrying that she's acting weird, that people are going to catch on to what she's doing, worrying about how gross this habit is and so on. It's just like it's like an all-consuming, no pun intended, like obsession of hers in that story. That it's just something that's like basically always on her mind. And while there's other story things happening around that, it just keeps coming back to that. And it's yeah, I don't know. The the story's approach to tackling the subject of bulimia is just very different to the way Turquoise approached it. I mean, I'm not finished the story. I don't fully know where it's going to go or what, but yeah, I don't know. It makes for a rather rough read, I guess is what I'm saying. Like the characters, it's got vivid characters and all. Monica feels very different. She's certainly different from Club Meeting's version of Monica, who's like, conniving and scheming. Like this Monica is more, she's still the, popular class president type, but she, I don't know, just more prone to falling apart, I guess. um, when things don't go right. um, it's I don't know. It's not a problem or anything. It's just I notice it. Um, as long as the characters are internally consistent within the story, it doesn't. I'm not bothered if they deviate from their canon counterparts. It's not like I can say like Turquoise version of Monica doesn't fall apart. It's just I don't know. I'm trying to. Can I explain this without giving spoilers? And maybe not. I don't know. I'm just gonna move on. I guess it's like the story gets a tentative recommendation. I guess it's there it has characters which deviate from canon counterparts. It's a bit of a rough read, very slow going. Like the plot proceeds very slowly because it's Sayori's just laser focused on her bulimia for much of it. doesn't really give, which I mean, I guess it's intended to give the audience a feeling for what it's like to have that eating disorder, to have that condition, um, and you know how it can like drastically affect your life. Um, which, you know, I get it. I see what they're going for. It just sort of feels like it's you know, like I said, laser focused on that, and like the story sort of incidentally happens around it. Rather than the other way around, like I tried to have in Turquoise. Like the story is happening and the bulimia is in the background, whereas this is like it's all the focus on the bulimia and the story happens in the background, or something like that. I don't know. That's just the feeling I got from it. So hey, I don't know if that sounds like it appeals to you. Go for it, I guess. Anyway, moving right along. Yeah. So asking about sorry, but she skated on ice, and everyone to go. Oh, one for me. Yeah, I've been ice skating sometimes. I like it, or at least I like it now. I started off not being very good at it. I fell a lot. You can probably imagine. But after I went enough times, I got kind of okay at it. I'm not good at it really, but I can skate in a circle and go pretty fast without falling. I can even skate backwards, really slowly. But still, I got better at it slowly over time. I don't have to grab the rail anymore. I'm kind of proud of myself for that. Yeah. It's been forever since I've gone ice skating. Man, when was... Yeah, I think I haven't been ice skating since I was a little kid. Yeah, any ice skates I have would be back at my parents' house. They'd be way too small for me. Yeah, I haven't done that in forever. I think I'd be too scared of falling down. I mean, especially now, like with this injury and so on. But yeah, I don't know how steady I'd be on my feet these days on ice skates. Anyway, moving on. MC, have you played any rhythm games? Will you ever try to roll Sayori in a blanket like a burrito? That's oddly specific. All right, and up next, some MC questions. Let me look. Yeah, I played some rhythm games. Friday Night Funkin' most recently. Aha. Coder will appreciate that one. We also played some Geometry Dash from time to time, but I'm not super good at it or anything. Just gotta ice skate to break the other hand, make it even. Yeah, there you go. Oh, that would suck. I mean, it already sucks having one hand. Having both hands broken, that would be hell. It'd be completely dependent on others. Yeah, it would suck so much. Anyway. They're pretty fun, but I tend to get bored with them pretty quick. I come back to them from time to time, though. The modding scene for Friday Night Funkin' is crazy, after all, so people make lots of cool stuff that it's worth it to play. Yeah, that is something I am aware of from seeing Coder's streams, because he has this ritual of playing a Friday Night Funkin' mod every Friday, and yeah, like the number of mods is you know that are out there is fascinating. Sorry, I'm just taking a second to stretch my arm. Holding my arm up for that long length of time is starting to take its toll. Oof. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to, I don't know, do some range of motion exercises for my arm at some point. It's taking its toll holding it in one position for this long. But yeah, in addition to there being a large quantity of FNF mods out there, the quality of them is very impressive. Like the amount of work going into the art and music in those is pretty wild, and the neat coding stuff in there as well. Very cool rhythm game. Anyway, moving right along. You know, I don't think I've rolled Sayori into a burrito yet, but it's an excellent idea. It's hard to snuggle her that way, though, but maybe I'll have a good opportunity to roll her up soon. Is there any more to this one, Monica? Monica, what are your hobbies, interests? I know about coding, but still want to know more about you. What are your favorite snacks? Yes, just a couple more parts. Next one is for me. I've talked a little bit about my interests before. Obviously, you know I like to play the piano. I'm also a fencer, and I play volleyball. Are you going to keep playing those sports in college, Monica? We'll see. The volleyball team here would be a big-time commitment. Not sure I'm prepared to do that, assuming I could even get on the team after not participating in tryouts. Oh, that reminds me. MC, did you find out about the baseball team? No, they're posting who made the team tonight. Oh, ooh, we're gonna find that out later in the session, I guess. That's neat. Good luck, MC. Thanks. But back to the sports, there's no fencing team here, unfortunately, so that's probably out. Aw, you could start one. That would probably be even more time consuming than the volleyball team. I'm happy on activities for now, I think. I have the literature club, and that's enough to start with. Maybe later if I get the itch. Obviously, I'm also into reading and poetry. That's why I started the literature club, but I've always loved the power and beauty of words. When I left the debate club, I knew I wanted to do something that was still verbal, I suppose would be the term. Lingual, perhaps. Perhaps. But I'm so glad I ended up making a literature club, even though it was a little hard at first, and hard for different reasons later. Despite everything, I did get to do a lot of really interesting literary things with my friends. I've learned so much about writing and poetry and storytelling, and punctuation, even. It's been amazing. Punctuation from Yuri's story. So hopefully that gives you a reasonable picture of my interests. My favorite snacks tend to be salty. I like snack mixes of all kinds, but I also like chewy fruit snacks. That's surprisingly kid-like of you. I mean, they're good. True. But yeah, anything with a nice salty crunch to it I like just fine. I like to have drinks with my snacks, so I don't mind if it's something really dry. And I think that's about it. For everyone, how many liters of either apple juice, orange juice, or any carbonated drink do you think you could drink within an hour? Okay. Assuming you have not eaten or drank for 2 hours as the optimal time you think you could do it, you can drink from the bottles, cartons, but also you can use cups, depends on your preference. Okay. Curious question. Anyways, no poem this time, got a bit stagnant on writing. Anyways, I would like to receive a Discord invite to the most prestigious CDLC server. Anyways, that is all. I wish you all a happy life, especially Monaco. We'll be waiting for you. Rob out. Oh yeah, the mention of Rob's name there reminds me. I looked up. I keep bringing up Coder this session for some reason. The one of the previous sessions of this, there's a mod from a mod. There's an email from Robbie and Dev. You and I questioned: is that the same Robbie from the club meeting server? Probably. And then Code played and asked, "Oh, is that the same Rob who frequents my streams?" And I saw Dev in chat replied, "It is." And then no, Dev, as a different Rob. You're talking about two different Robs there. Rob Master from who frequents the chat of Code's streams is a different person, or at least if they're the same person, that he has a lot of questions to answer. So I heard yes, yeah. I don't know. This is just reminding me of that. I just made me wonder: is that the Rob from Quizers? I don't know. Anyway, he is a bit of an agent of chaos, so asking weird questions like this could be on brand for him. Anyway, lastly, we have this question about how much juice, or I guess soda, we could drink in an hour if we optimized for it. For me, I would guess about 3 liters if I really tried. Rookie numbers. I could do like 5 at least. 5 liters? I mean, I'm imagining that I've got this water bottle. This is half a liter, so we're talking 10 of these. I don't know. I think you might poison yourself if you drink that quantity in one sitting. I can't imagine drinking that quantity would be good for you in one sitting. Oh well. Anyway, moving on. I can do like 5 at least. Certainly no more than 1.5. 2. I think I actually have had like 6 liters in an hour? 6 liters? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I suppose if you have an hour to do it, like if you space it out, maybe you could drink more. I don't know. Perhaps I mean also especially if it's really hot out and you're sweating and then that makes you thirstier. Sorry, please. I think I actually have had like 6 liters in an hour. You're scary sometimes, Sayo. I'm too old now, but I used to drink a really unhealthy amount of coffee when I was young. I could probably drink 2 pots in an hour. Not that impressive by volume compared to a few liters of juice, but yeah, that's still super hardcore. What about beer, though, Miss Ida? It's carbonated, and you... next. Hey, Miss Ida said next. Alright, thanks for the email, Rob. Let's go to the next one. Hello, everyone. I wasn't sure if I was going to send an email ever. Here I am and have I have some questions for you questions for you all if it's okay with you. Monica, have you ever thought about changing the space room to be more lively, like World of Dreams? Sayori, how do you... World of Dreams mod, which I'm vaguely aware of, that I haven't played. Sayori, how do you always stay so happy even if you're actually sad? Yuri, do you have any recommendations for a sociological horror book? Sociological? Not psychological? Natsuki, may I please have the recipe for the cupcakes you made in the original game? For Natsuki and MC, I am making a game currently that would like it if you could think of some ways to make gameplay engaging for a 2D platform combat game. You're asking MC as well? I mean, MC's been on record that he doesn't like platformers. Which reminds me, MC gave, Natsuki gave MC a recommendation of playing Celeste, and I don't think we ever heard back about that. If he ever actually picked it up. I'm not sure if it's the ideal platformer for a beginner platformer, but Anyway. MC, have you ever thought about trying VR, virtual reality? If not, then I highly recommend it. Miss Ida, what is your most favorite and least favorite part of teaching? Club, do you have any tips for getting better at writing? Because my worst subject is English and I would like to improve on it. This also goes back into my question for and Natsuki, but what makes a good story in everyone's opinion? Please no spoilers because I haven't caught up. I am currently on episode 30. No spoilers. I mean, okay. It looks like there's more off the bottom here. Sincerely, E-Dog. P.S. Can I get the Discord link, please? I promise to be good. A bunch of different parts to this one. As always, don't forget that you can right-click to hide this text box and then bring it back. Let's see. Have I ever thought about changing the space room? I suppose I have from time to time. It is pretty sparse, isn't it? But I don't know. I kind of like it the way it is. It's relaxing. What's that expression there? There's something very zen about it, wouldn't you say? Especially now that that big golden tearing effect isn't there, like it wasn't when the game was breaking. Now that big golden tearing, yeah, okay. That was a little distracting. It's just space. I kind of like that. So I'll probably leave it the way it is. Sayori? Oh, my turn. I'm not actually happy though, that's the thing. But if you mean how do I seem happy, well that's easy. I just think of how happy it makes everyone for me not to make problems with them and by being sad. And then I put a big smile on my face and try to seem cheerful. I just keep thinking of how I don't want to let everyone else down. Of course, I've learned that this is probably not very healthy for me, so I try not to do it as much. But sometimes when you're feeling bad, it's just way more convenient for people not to know. Or it might even make the people around you better off. So you can't do it all the time, but it's still okay to do sometimes. You just can't go around making it your whole life, basically. Or at least that's what I think so far. Your turn, Yuri. I am puzzled as to what you mean by sociological horror. Yeah, I'm a bit confused about that too. You likely do not mean horror that has to do with issues at the field of study known as sociology. You mean perhaps horror with a social message or purpose? For that, I can recommend nothing better than Get Out by Jordan Peele, though it is a film rather than a book. Yeah, good movie. Yeah. Can't argue with that. It's it's a very interesting movie. Uh, Deals a lot with like racial stuff, but doesn't you don't necessarily. Oof, sorry, I'm just moving my arm around a bit here. Hmm. Yeah, this is making me very conscious of how long I've had the my arm in the same position here. Hmm. Oof, okay, that's all right. I'll work on that some more later. Um, yeah, what can I say about Get Out? Casts are annoying. Yeah, well, yeah. Um, yeah, it's gonna be weird when I finally get out of this. Yeah, I get out. Uh, yeah, I have to have this on for 2 weeks at least. I can already imagine it's gonna be weird, but do you get used to the cast after it? Oh yeah, I figure as much. Like I'm trying to make the most of it. Like what can you do? Um, this is it's a necessary evil for not having permanent wrist problems. You know, gets both more tolerable and more annoying as time goes on. That's a mood. Yeah, but yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, the movie Get Out. Yeah, obviously deals with a lot of race stuff, like regarding black people, but you don't necessarily. What am I even trying to say here? It's I don't want to say it's not necessarily the focus of it. It's kind of a lot of the focus of it, really. But like I don't think like it's like I don't think you have to be black to appreciate the horror, or or find it relatable. um, yeah. Anyway, moving on. It's a film rather than a book. I have recommended it before, as I recall, but it is excellent. Do give it a watch. That's right. Just okay. Thought I saw a typo. Maybe I imagined it. It would seem that Natsuki is next. There's nothing really special about my cat cupcakes other than presentation. It's a super basic chocolate cupcake with vanilla frosting on it. You can find recipes for those two things basically anywhere. The things that make it unique are that I add chocolate frosting in the shape of eyes and a nose and whiskers and stuff. And the signature Natsuki touch is to break some bar chocolate into squares and then stick half a square point first into the frosting so it looks like an ear. Makes it look super cute. But there's nothing special or challenging about the cupcake itself. They're just carefully made chocolate cupcakes with vanilla icing. Let's see. MC, you got any tips for someone developing a 2D platform combat game? Like Hollow Knight or Silksong type stuff? Hey, Silksong, shout out. I guess like it's a Metroidvania kind of game. Metroidvanias are good. Not really. Sorry, that kind of game isn't really my thing. Well, fortunately, eDog, it is my thing, and I have good advice for you. Besides the gameplay being fun, there has to be a compelling reason to do the core gameplay. If it's just a bunch of levels, there's no spark to keep it interesting. So have a good overarching plot, throw in secrets to discover, spice it up. And play games that are similar to the kind of game you're making so you know what works and what doesn't. Plus, in games like that, so much of it is down to feel. Like, does it feel good to hit the attack button and have it connect? People underrate the importance of having good art and sound assets and having your motion feel fluid. Yeah. Fluid combat in Silksong is something I've commented on a bunch of times during my playthrough of that. It's like when you're playing the first Hollow Knight game, it's not like it feels fluid enough, but it really feels fluid in Silksong. Like the way Hornet's the main character of that game. Hornet's attacks like blend into each other, and like the tumbles and somersaults and twirls and like flourishes that she does. It just I don't know. It's cool. It's enjoyable. But yeah, having the motion feel fluid, a good thing. There are a lot of games I could name where like you do some move and the game has to finish the animation for that move before you can do another one, and then it starts to feel clunky. um, which it doesn't have to be a bad thing, but it's a thing. You might notice it, and it might affect your experience. Anyway, moving on. And having your motion feel fluid. Anyway, I'll leave MC to answer his question. And you want to know if you've thought about trying VR. Yeah, I've tried VR when I've gotten the chance to with other people's headsets. Some games work better for it than others, really. I had a lot of fun with Super Hot VR. Oh yeah? I played Super Hot on my channel once. Not in VR, though. Yeah, I tried. I did once. Yeah, my younger brother has a VR headset, and I tried it out once when I visited him to play, like, I think it was Half-Life 2, and it's just like, man, it's unplayable. It's a fun kind of gimmick for like 5 minutes, and then I'm like, okay, I've had enough of this. It's because like you have to do the motions for like reloading the weapon and like sliding the slider thing. I don't know enough about guns to know the names for the parts of it, but like you have to do all the motions. Like you reach behind yourself to pull up the next clip to put it in, and things like that. Like for reloading, it's like it's interesting. It's like it was interesting. Like I said, it's interesting for like 5 minutes, and then I'm like, I've had enough of this. I wouldn't. I don't think I could feel like I could tolerate like hours of gameplay of this type. I'd rather just push the buttons on the keyboard. It's just more fun and interesting that way. Anyway, moving right along. Super hot, super hot, super hot, super hot. The most innovative shooter I've played in years. Yes, true. Horror games work pretty well in VR for obvious reasons, but since I'm a big strategy guy, I don't really play VR games enough to justify having my own set. Plus, sometimes I get a little motion sick doing it. They say that goes away if you VR often enough. Yeah, that's probably true. Anyway, yeah, I like VR gaming. It's just not my favorite or anything. Isita, are you still there? I sure am. The next part of this email is for you. They want to know what your favorite and least favorite parts of teaching are. Oh, both of those are very easy. My favorite moment is when I see that a student understands some incredible fact about chemistry for the first time, like how cells work, or when they understand electron shells, or just the basics of periodicity. Periodicity? Is that a word? And how chemistry makes up everything and governs basically all the processes they know. I remember learning about electron shells. They're specific shapes that the orbits of electrons take around as they orbit atoms. They go in predictable patterns. It's some rather fancy patterns sometimes. Periodicity? What does that mean? I mean, I guess that's a reference to the periodic table of the elements. I mean, I get that the the elements are lined up according to like how many electrons they have on the outer electron shells. How they're that's how they're organized. Periodicity is an interesting term. I don't think I've heard that one before. Anyway, moving right along. There are powerful ideas in chemistry, and when a student really understands one for the first time, you can see it in their eyes. I basically live for that. My least favorite parts of teaching are things related to standardized testing and prepping students for it. That requires so much needless busy work by me and by the students, and in my opinion lowers their ability to actually learn the subject instead of just regurgitating facts. But I could rant on that soapbox for hours, so I'll leave it there. Yeah, a lot has been said on that subject too. Preparing how preparing students for standardized testing doesn't actually help them learn. They just prepare for one test and then forget about it. Like I'm reminded of there was a story about a teacher who had a slightly unorthodox teaching style, and that they let their students retake tests as many times as they want until they got it right. And first they were criticized for that. It was like, hey, that like it feels like cheating. And like, no, in the real world they're not going to get a chance to do things over again. Well, actually, no. In the real world, um, you're better. There are a lot of situations where you're better off taking the extra time to make sure you get it right, than to do it once and then say that's probably good enough and move on. um, like I think back to some of my exams from from when I was in college, and there are some. I can think of a number of situations where I was like, I I don't know which of these questions I got right. Like I don't know, or like I don't know. Oh, okay, I got that one wrong, but I don't know what the right answer is. But we just have to move on to the next thing. So I never actually learned that. you know. Um, I think there's some benefit in going over it and saying, okay, here's what you did wrong and why it was wrong, and here's how you can correct it. Rather than just having a one and done test and then forget about it. Anyway, moving right along. Oh, okay. So the emailer also wants to know how things are going with you and Kaji. That isn't actually in the email, is it? That was there was a semi-related question in the previous email in the previous session, but there's also something that Natsuki was just wondering about. Anyway, Missy dot. Did they really ask that? No. Nice try, Natsuki. It was worth a shot. Let's see. The last part of this question, I guess we can address both of these together. Makes a good story. Okay. Tips are getting better at writing in what makes a good story. Well, you certainly come to the right literature club for this. The most important thing you can do to get better at writing is to write. Oh, I thought she was going to say good punctuation. I'm just kidding. It doesn't matter if it's good, if you're going to publish it, or even if it makes much sense. You just need to write. And keep writing. Consistently. That's where most people fall down, is not being consistent. They'll write a little bit when they feel like it, and then either lose motivation or get mildly discouraged, and then they do not pick it back up. But you have to keep going. That's the most important part. Write something, anything, but write it consistently, preferably every day. You cannot fail to improve with practice. Yeah, well, unfortunately, I have a handicap to writing every day. That's coming from being forced to do it with one hand. Oh dear. Oh well. Anyway, another thing is not to start critiquing your own work until you're done writing. You should write the thing all the way through until it's complete in a rough draft of whatever it is. And until that's done, you're not allowed to change stuff you've already written or get bummed out or judge yourself about what you've already written. You just keep going until you're done. And then, once you're done, then you're allowed to go back and start editing and rewriting and all you want until you're happy with it. But like Yuri says, you have to make sure you actually keep writing, that you finish the project. You can't get better by starting and then stopping before you're done a bunch of times. You have to finish. And once you edit, if it's a story, in addition to cleaning things up, you make it more intentional. Yes. Yeah. Instead of just being whatever you came up with when you were allowing yourself to write without judgment, the edit is a chance to turn into something purposeful. Make it look like you meant to do all that stuff all along, basically. Yeah, there's these are all good tips. These are all good things that I've commented on multiple times throughout the course of the series. Yeah, there was particularly the stuff about making it intentional. Like the art of the second draft is making it look like you knew what you were doing all along. Which is a quote from Neil Gaiman before he turned out to be a bit of a douchebag, unfortunately. Sorry, that was a little aside there. I mean, I've quoted Neil Gaiman a few times throughout the series, but unfortunately, it turns out there are a lot of credible sexual assault claims against him, and yeah, it turns out he's kind of an awful person, unfortunately. Yeah, it's really unfortunate because like I really liked his video. Like I yeah, like as much as I generally skip ads, I don't like watching ads. I'll watch his ad for Masterclass because I just like, I don't know, like the way he talks and the things he talks about, and I even considered taking that Masterclass, but it's like now I don't want to do anything to do with him. He's just kind of yikes. But I don't know. I'm just reminded of this reminded me just the whole thing about yeah. When you're making the editing pass after you reach the end, then the themes that were focused on at the end, you can make it so that it touches on multiple other places throughout. Themes and plot points, whatever. In your game, when he goes sex pass was very depressing. Yeah, because he otherwise like he seems like a cool guy, and it's just yeah, it's just really unfortunate. Never meet your heroes and all that. There's yeah. Anyway, trying to find the mouse. Oh right, it's on the left side still. So, yeah, then the story becomes cohesive, makes sense, and then you can start seeing what patterns emerge that you want to highlight for the reader. I guess I'll take up with what makes a good story. Sorry, I'm sorry, what? I'll take up with what makes a good story. What? What is? I'm not sure how to parse out the sentence here. What is Natsuki trying to say here? I'll take up with what? Like you'll pick up where you left off? Is like was that supposed to like we'll pick up with what makes good? I don't know. Like this. What is this turn of phrase here? Is this a dialectical thing? I'm not quite. Turn of phrase. Okay. I guess I'll take up with what makes a good story. Good story has to have a theme. Period. These are the main thing that makes a good story. People get confused as to theme a lot. Like, I don't know, someone give me a popular IP. Lord of the Rings. Sorry, Natsuki's reaction is like, oh yeah, of course you'd say that one. Go figure. But yeah, Lord of the Rings, right? The theme is not the plot. Like, you never say, oh yeah, the theme, well, Frodo gets this ring and then he has to go on this journey and so on. The themes are things like sacrifice to save worthy things, emotional strength, the triumph of good, things like that. And a good story has to be all about its theme. Like everything in it has to lead back to the theme in some way. Like, oh, Pippin throws a rock down the well in Moria, but really he probably did that by guidance of like the gods to themselves to ensure the triumph of good. Because he throws the rock, the orcs come, Gandalf has to sacrifice himself. Now he gets to come back as Gandalf the White, and that helps him win. Spoilers, Natsuki. Anyway, everything goes back to the theme. I did not realize you had read Lord of the Rings so closely. That was indeed a notable moment. Yeah, I mean... Does that indicate that she read it? I mean, that happened in the movie. Okay, I suppose in the movie, Pippin accidentally knocks things down the well. What was Gandalf's line? Fool of a took. Next time, throw yourself down the well and rid us of your stupidity. It's been a while since I read Fellowship of the Ring. Did he throw it down on purpose in there? Yeah. Anyway, moving on. Of course I read it closely. So yeah, stick to your theme, I would say. Monka, you got anything to add? There's a lot of storytelling advice I could give, things like show, don't tell and such, but you can get a lot of that stuff just by reading basic guides on the internet or whatever. There's one tip that is really important to me that I think is simple, easy to understand, and you don't always find in guides for writers, and that's this. You need to build things up and pay them off. A reader is satisfied in a story when satisfying things happen. And satisfying things happen when ideas or concepts are built up as being important or notable, and then paid off in a way that gives the reader feelings. There was one example I really thought was pretty brilliant in MC's Club of Cthulhu mod. Oh yeah? We're revisiting that mod twice in one session? My throat continues to just be really rough today. So right, my God, yeah. Brilliant. Yeah, I thought it was. It was super simple and a really good example of how to build something up and then pay it off in a satisfying way. It's Natsuki's character's name. that was funny. That was a fun moment. It was a great payoff. I have 2 guns. The 2 guns thing. So in case you don't know what I'm talking about, Natsuki's RPG character in the story is really insistent about her nickname, 2 Guns, which she has because she always carries 2 guns. And throughout the whole story, she's always annoyingly correcting people who call her by her actual name and telling them to call her 2 Guns instead. It kind of makes you wonder why she's so insistent on it. If you know Natsuki, you definitely know that's the kind of thing Natsuki would do. But anyway, we get to the final confrontation with the big bad guy and he just crumples one of her guns, so he thinks she's helpless. Then she says, and I forget the exact line, there's something you're forgetting, I have 2 guns. There's something you're forgetting, I have 2 guns. And then blam. And it's super satisfying because it was both built up and paid off. It is a fun moment. I'm just thinking back to it, yeah. That was me trying to do an impression of Monika. An impression of Monika doing an impression of Natsuki there. Anyway, without the payoff, her weird habit of insisting on the nickname is quirky and interesting character trait, but not particularly satisfying from a storytelling perspective. Without the build-up, sure, you get a clever moment where Natsuki's character produces another gun to save the day, but it's not nearly as satisfying. Because the 2 guns thing was both built up through the story and then paid off at a good moment, it's very satisfying to the audience. You know, I don't think I consciously did that build-up payoff thing when I wrote that. It just seemed like a fun thing to add in. And it is. But that's because you wrote it with the proper build-up and payoff, even if you didn't consciously do so. I tend to find that the most satisfying things to build up and pay off are important character traits. The best payoffs are those that affirm or go against the character trait. Like, having 2 guns was a sort of character trait that was very satisfyingly affirmed. Of course, she defeated the villain because she has 2 guns, like she always has. But you can also pay something off by defying a character trait. Like, maybe you have a character who really values their coin collection or something. It's all they ever talk about. They spend hours polishing the coins and so on. But then one of their friends gets really sick, they immediately, without thinking about it, sell their coin collection to pay for their treatment. And that's a satisfying payoff, even though it goes against the character trait, because the drastically out-of-character thing matters a lot to the audience. It really shows them a heartwarming thing about the character. Anyway, enough ranting about storytelling, but that's the thing I think is most important. Excuse me. Yeah, I find myself thinking of examples. One came to mind. I recently watched season 2 of My Dress Up Darling, and that's a show where the main character, Gojo, is constantly full of self-doubt, like always hard on himself, does not think highly of himself at all. Even though he comes up with all these great costumes and stuff, and he has such a fascination with learning how to do things better and so on. And there's a really notable scene in the second season. Oh, hold on, what's this? Another good thing about storytelling is to have all your characters act as mouthpieces for the others' experiences and opinions about storytelling. Sure. Yes, exactly. Anyway, there's one scene. Because the thing is, like through the first, for the whole show, really. I mean, Gojo spends a fair bit of time, like slowly opening up to Marin. His sort of semi-love. I was gonna say love interest. I don't know if he specifically knows or is aware of having romantic feelings for her. I mean, he hasn't expressed romantic feelings for her. But the like second season has a lot more characters in it. There's a lot more focus on Goto's relationship with his fellow classmates, because he like generally just barely has any interaction with them, and a lot of his self doubt comes from. I mean, it comes from childhood trauma from being rejected for the fact that he likes dolls. Like he's a boy who likes dolls, and was told at a young age that and yelled at by some friend, someone who was important to him apparently. We don't really find out the details of that, but yes, there was a childhood traumatic incident where he was told off for being a boy who likes dolls, and that made him scared of opening up to anyone about anything after that. And and there's a scene. Anyway, what I'm trying to get at. Okay, there's a scene in season 2 where they're getting ready for there's a festival, like a cultural festival thing, and talent show, like cosplay thing, and so Gojo is doing Marin's makeup, and a crowd develops around him because they like rumors spread that like Gojo's doing Marin's makeup. This like rumors go around that he's really good at it, and like there's this the pressure on it. Both like there's pressure on him. One, there's the anxiety of being a boy who's good at applying makeup, which terrifies him. Like he's terrified. The Gojo locks in scene. Yes, Gojo locks in. It's fantastic. That is a good example. Exactly. Yes. Because like this is something that's terrifying to him. For one, like he's like, like he's scared. Like he's scared of being judged for liking dolls. He's scared of being judged for being a boy who likes girly things, and being good at applying a girl's makeup. And having this crowd develop around him is like sort of terrifying to him. But he gradually comes to realize that the crowd developing around him is being supportive. They want him to do a good job. They're not judging him negatively for being good at applying makeup. And it's easy to imagine another version of the scene because Gojo is very shy, right? Like a lot of the first season, he's like shyly stammering out answers to Marin's questions, and he sort of gradually comes into his own over the course of the show. And it's easy to imagine another version of the scene where he just shyly asks, "Could everyone leave so I can focus on this?" But no, he locks in, as Dev puts it. Like he realizes everyone's counting on me, and they're being supportive, and I have to support them back and do a good job with this so that we can win this contest for the talent contest thing. And it's like, yeah, it's like you want to cheer him on. Like it's this fantastic bit of like Gojo emerging from this shy, reserved, withdrawn person to taking pride in his work, realizing that realizing that he can make a meaningful contribution to help people out, to help his classmates out in the contest by doing his part. because he's used to normally like devaluing himself. There's an ad break coming up in 15 seconds. He has a lot of past trauma about being judged for. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I expressed that. Yes. Also, Marin is depending on him, and that is highly motivating. Yeah, there's that too. Um, More on that shortly. Ad break is imminent. I will be right back. And I'm back. And once again, I instinctively reached for the right side of the keyboard instead of the left for the mouse. Oh well. Anyway, I just don't want to get too far off track with the my dress up darling tangent, but I did want to finish what I was saying because Dev made the comment. Marin depending on him is highly motivating. I mean, yeah, that's in there for sure. I get the definite feeling that the fact that the whole class was depending on him made a pretty significant difference there, because like, and that feeds into this whole thing. Like trying to laboriously trying to get this back on topic. Like the whole reason I brought up that show is also important. Yeah, the whole reason I brought up that show was Monica is talking about subverting an established character trait to show their character development, or show a significant trait of their character. Like she mentioned the coin collection, which showing it's clearly very important to them, but then selling it off, showing that but their caring for their friend was even more important than that, and like the reason I brought up that whole scene in the show was like, up to that point, like Gojo he doesn't really have a relationship to his classmates. Like he's just there. He's just this shy, reserved kid who keeps to himself, doesn't talk to anyone, and like the Gojo locks in scene is just this one moment that distills the essence of Gojo coming into his own and realizing that he actually is important to his class, to his classmates. Like his classmates see him as someone important, and it's important and valuable, that he has something valuable to contribute. It just what am I even trying to say here? Yeah, I don't know. It's just it's hard to put into words. More key to his arc, yeah. Yeah, because he's so because he spends the show being so full of self-doubt that having a moment where he realizes that his contributions are appreciated and meaningful is like really valuable and important to him. And the Gojo locks in scene, as you put it, is really it really highlights that he's starting to see himself as important. And like, yeah, Marin depending on him is motivating for sure, but I really feel like in that particular instance it was the class depending on him that motivated him in that case. Because I mean, he's had he spends the entire first season having Marin as a motivation, but I don't know. There's like season 2, just it feels like he's finding his place in amongst like his classmates, but among the greater student body, I guess. I don't know. It's just I'm rambling a bit here. I'm just trying to. All I'm saying is that this is an example of what Monica was talking about, basically. Anyway, that's enough rambling for me. Let's move on. Anyway, enough ranting about storytelling, but that's the thing I think is most important. Let's move on to the next email, shall we? Hey, members of the Literature Club. As of sending this email in February 2024, oh wow, it just shows what the backlog is like. Man, okay, it's almost 2-year-old email here. I mean, there was a 2-year gap in between like season 3 and season 4, so that contributes to it, I suppose. Anyway, sending his email in February 2024. I have played through the entire 3 seasons. Sans Natsuki Quest. Watched it on YouTube, I said. Really? You're missing out. Anyway, within the last 2 weeks, just in time before Lunar New Year, the start of another year of university and my birth week. This is the first mod I've played out of a lot that takes questions, and I'm really interested in this premise. I know I'm late to it, but since it's still fresh in my memory, I'd like to congratulate MC, Monica, Sayori, Natsuki, and Yuri on graduating high school. I'm sure all of you worked really hard towards this moment. I'm very proud of all of you. I am slightly envious that all of you have plans to study in the same college. For me, the future wasn't too kind to my plans, but I still have contact with my closest friends from high school who graduated years before me. Yeah, I'm rooting for all of you in university. Yeah, I mean, going to a different college from the rest of your friends, I can see how that, that I can see how that can suck in some ways. But on the other hand, going somewhere where nobody knows you can also be an opportunity to reinvent it yourself. That's what it was for me. So, yeah, called a double-edged sword, I guess. Anyway, moving on. Oh man, you should play Natsuki Quest though. Yeah, that's the only way to get the full Natsuki Quest experience. Oh, it's fine if they just watch. Thanks to your congratulations, we're doing our best. I think they had some questions on the next page. Alright. Some emails ago, I remember the club discussing their favorite music genres, although I don't think I heard electronic music being mentioned. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not digging through again. So I direct the question to everyone reading this email. What are your thoughts on it? What subgenre and artists do you like? And have any of you experienced a concert of any genre? If yes, how was it for you? By the way, Dev, if you're still there, not wishing to sound like I'm complaining or anything, but how much more of the mod of this episode is there? I like really feeling my throat is getting like really rough here. Don't know. Unsure? Yeah, I don't know how much. I mean, there's still going to be stuff after the email, I'm sure. And I'm like, MC made the comment about results of the tryouts. I expect there's going to be a bunch of stuff. But my throat is sore to the point where I'm just getting a little worried. Find stopping point if you wish. 4 hours in. I mean, it is a fine stopping point, but like compared to the video, for instance, like is there like, is this halfway through, 2/3 of the way through? About half, really? Okay. Well, in that case, maybe it's prudent to. Okay. I'll get through the emails at least. And then maybe I'll wrap up the stream after that. It's getting late here anyway. It's like 2:30 a.m. I theoretically didn't necessarily want to stream this late, but 7 email is quite reasonable. Yeah, I think so too. Okay, I think that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, I tried. I thought I could get through the whole thing in one session. Oh well. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, sorry. Something about electronic music. What are your thoughts on it? What genre do you like? Have you experienced a concert of any genre? If yes, how was it for you? For me, I am really into EDM, electronic dance music, I guess, electropop, future bass, and lo-fi subgenres, and I enjoy listening to Miku, Snail's House, and Porter Robinson. I have never had the opportunity to attend a Miku concert, but late last year I was able to catch Porter Robinson's Nurture live tour as my first concert experience. Thank you for taking your time in reading this somewhat long email, and I can't wait for Season 4. P.S. Can I please have an invite to your Discord server? So many of these are including the request for the Discord invite lately. Today. Anyway, Shiramoon. Oh, cool. Question about electronic music. I'm not really into electronic music much. Me either. I miss you. Aw. Miss Eva saying I miss you. Wow. Unexpected wholesomeness out of nowhere. And I miss you. Yes, well, for those of us who actually enjoy a variety of music, I like dubstep back when it was a thing, and electronic sounding pop music, and EDM type stuff in general I'm a fan of. I still really like Deadmau5. I also like city pop, which is not electronic music. It just tends to use a lot of synths, but it always causes electronic music to show up and might recommend it. So I don't know. Miko is awesome, and so are other Vocaloids. I will definitely jam to a Miko song if it comes up. Never done a concert of any kind yet, though, let alone electronic stuff. Yeah, the only concerts I done, my parents, well, my mom really, would take me to like classical music concerts back when I was a kid. I've also been to plenty of barbershop concerts because I've been to barbershop choir stuff. Um, yeah, I never actually been to a pop like a pop music concert or anything like that. I did. Oh, that's not true. When I was in Hungary in 2011, the the girl that I was chasing at the time and I went to Vad Frutti concert. It was this rock band. I couldn't understand any of the words, but it was pretty awesome. I it's really neat seeing things live. It does not compare to like listening to a recording. I also saw a Cheek Senekar concert, which is more traditional music while I was there. That's another one which it was all Hungarian. I couldn't understand anything, but it was fun. It was fun. There are a lot of good memories about that actually. I should have to get up early tomorrow morning. Anyway, okay, yeah, I should pick up the pace here. Sorry, moving right along. I like dubstep too, but I tend to like more hard dubstep stuff. There's this artist from the 2010s, Crispy, who I really like, for instance. I also like video game music, I guess. Never been to a concert for electronic music either. No problem at all, yeah. I like music that's video game inspired. I'm a huge fan of chiptune stuff. Yeah, I also know someone who uh, is in a music group who that does video game music that like taking traditional real instruments and using them to play like chiptune stuff. It's neat stuff, good stuff. Anyway, moving on. Ours doesn't matter so much to me. I like any or all of it. I also love lo-fi stuff like you do. I'm a big fan of synthwave, especially dark synthwave. I also like anything vaporwave-ish, but real vaporwave, not just a slowed-down retro song. Some of my favorite electronic artists are Hollywood Burns and Ghost Data. I haven't had the chance to be at an electronic concert yet, though. Someday, maybe. Thanks for the question. I sent you your Discord invite. Okay, sorry, the... I sent you your Discord invite. This raises so many questions about the world building here. I think this might be the first time that in-game Monica openly acknowledged the Discord server, implying that that's actually her in the club meetings Discord, rather than. Anyway, I can move on. Okay, the emails today have been a bit on the longer side, so I think we have time for one more. So if we don't think about it too hard situation, yeah. Okay, last one, and then I'm gonna wrap up the stream. Oh, it's Code's email. Hey, Coder just keeps coming up in this session. How about that? Hello again to my favorite literature club. Well, I guess more so in spirit at this point, since you graduate by now. I know you haven't gotten to my previous email yet, but since I've gotten fully caught up with everything since I wrote last year, I figured it's as good a time as any to ask some more questions, and of course provide another poem. General questions for everyone first. First off, allow me to totally be the first to ask how college life is going. Fantastic. Do you still have contact with Ria to see how the club is doing? Oh, that's a good question. Oh, it's Code. It's Code again. Hi, Code. Sorry again about your last email. I have no idea how I missed it. I still feel bad about that. But I can make it up to you now. Let's see. I think I'm the only one who keeps in touch with Ria. And mostly it's all stuff related to running the literature club. Yeah, and making sure her schemes are running correctly, presumably. both coding and otherwise. Anyway, I think we would try to be better friends with her if we still went to the same school. We don't have the time to go back to the old high school, really. And besides, she has plenty of new friends, really. So it's not like she's terribly lonely or anything. Sorry. Okay. But still, she chats with me now and again when she has a question about running a club. So I do talk to her from time to time. She's just the same lovely person as always. Although a lot more forceful and confident now. Running the literature club has been really good for her, I think. Let's see, the rest of your questions. For my boy MC, do you have any experience with one of your childhood games shutting down, either while still playing it or realizing it when you wanted to revisit? If so, which ones? Code still not over Tribal 9 shutting down, I guess. That was a game he had really high hopes for, and then it just got shut down out of the starting gate, basically. Oh well. Anyway, that's what I'm assuming is the impetus for asking this question. Anyway, not with one of my childhood games, no, but I did get this one game a while back, Crime Site it was called. Sort of like a social deduction game, which is also a board game. Think like Clue, but also like Among Us, but it's 1v1 because you each take turns perhaps? Take turns controlling characters. I'm presuming that's a typo there. I mean, I'm assuming MC misspoke there. I'll make a note of that time as well. 428. +1? Cool. Awesome. Me trying to work the mouse with my left hand here. Takes turns controlling characters. It's kind of hard to explain, I guess. But anyway, it was up for like 11 months and tons of fun, and then they just shut everything down. Can't even make private servers anymore. He was just obliterated. I was super aggravated about that. And it wasn't like it was some indie studio or something either. It was Konami. What the hell, Konami? So, yeah, still mad about that. For just Monica. Ha. If I'm not mistaken, you were dispersed in the game code when Yuri tested out that data stream nightmare that happens when the game closes. How did that affect you, if at all? If I'm misremembering, how do you think it would have affected you? Wait, what? What are you talking about? Wait, Monica didn't know about that experiment? I mean... it's like so much that happened in season 3. Like, Yuri was doing all kinds of things that broke their agreements of what they would do while they were president, and that little experiment was one of them. Anyway, what are you talking about? When you were gone and doing your experiment, when you were trying to figure out how to break the loop. Yeah? I disabled World.bat and had Tormuse turn off the game while I was club president. I was curious about what would happen. Yuri, that's really painful. You shouldn't have... Yes, I understand now. I would not repeat it. It was as awful as you said it was. Yes. Anyway, Code, I didn't even notice anything. I perceive things a little differently when I'm distributed in that way. Everything's a lot less clear. It takes a lot of effort to perceive what's happening in the actual world. By which I mean this world that we live in, not yours. In the base game, I was very motivated to do so because I wanted to know what would happen after I was gone. Whereas last school year I was more focused on the structure of the game and how the simulation worked. The only real risk for me during Yuri's little experiment would be that I would have gotten inaccurate data about how the world worked with World.bat turned on, since it was briefly actually turned off, apparently. On to the next one. For the meme queen Natsuki, what was the most annoying tech issue you faced while gaming, if you had any? When are we getting the Natsuki streaming arc? Just be sure not to forget about your friends once you inevitably reach godly levels of fame. /J, I guess. Yes, that means just kidding. Yeah. Code has commented a few times about being embarrassed that he gave them nicknames. I guess Meme Queen is the nickname he's alluding to here, and the Just Monica and so on. Anyway. Hi, yo, what's up, ladies and gentlemen, and non-binary specimen? Oh boy, here we go again. It's your girl, streamer Natsuki, streaming once again across the world and across realities. 60 frames per second, no more, no less, directly through the fourth wall and into your brain. And of course, we will use this awesome power as we ever do for gaming. Gaming for all ages and occasions, gaming about gaming, gaming within gaming, the center of gaming that is pierced by gaming, the lead star of gaming that shines in the night sky. Oh man, okay. I'm doing the Natsuki voice really taxes my throat. Gaming, floating in an ocean of gaming gamers. Okay, that's enough for the bit for gaming. Okay, so we will get all the achievements, gamers. Gamers. Okay, stop. Just answer the actual questions. Well, code. I like to stream at some point, but honestly, my computer is barely good enough to run some of these games at all smoothly, let alone stream them. Oh, did I just... Okay. Yeah. Plus, it'd be distracting right now in college. Maybe when I have an actual adult job, I can buy a better computer. Although then I'll probably be all tired from my job. Maybe you should do it now, beloved. Eh. I mean, college can be pretty demanding on your time too. I don't know. I mean, things will never be perfectly convenient for it. I mean, there's that argument, yeah. If you wait until everything is in alignment, it will most likely never happen. That's sweet, babe, but yeah, definitely not right now. College is hard right now. Plus, I irritate you enough already by gaming and listening to music and stuff. If I was ranting to a stream constantly like this, you'd probably hate it. I'm sure there would be times when I would be irritated, but mostly I would be happy to see you pursuing your dream. Aww. How wholesome. Plus, I'm sure that our bickering would make for excellent content, as they say. Maybe. Although a lot of people don't like to watch girl streamers who are in a relationship, let alone with another girl. Yeah, fair point. I mean, being in a relationship with another girl could also be a selling point for some people, but then you might attract people you don't want to attract, like the people who like fetishize it or whatever. Yeah, I'm reminded of there was I don't know some Twitch news. There was a streamer. I don't follow the streamer. I'm only aware of them because Twitch recommends them constantly. But there's a streamer called Amaranth. She's some e-girl, I guess is the term. She just does a lot of just chatting streams, and she's just basically just there to look pretty, kind of deal. And apparently there was a lot of fallout when she revealed that she was married. Particularly, like, one of her moderators was like mad at her, like as if she like deceived them or something, like wanting to like lamenting how much money he spent on gift subs, and it's like, what the hell, like it's just it's such a weird reaction to me, like what you thought that if you gifted enough subscriptions, gifted enough subscriptions to her channel, that she would be so impressed that she would date you or something? Like, what is this mentality here? I don't know. I don't understand. But the point is, there are a lot of lonely guys that treat streamers that way. Like they don't want to know or don't want to think about the fact that or would prefer that the female streamers that they watch don't have significant others. Like, some people are just really weird about that. So yeah, I sort of get what Natsuki's saying here, is what I'm getting at here. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah, I've actually I only watched one Amaranth stream just to see what the hype was about, just because the Twitch, it keeps recommending her. Like, even though I've watched nothing but gaming streams, it's like, why does this one keep getting recommended? And she made a comment about having to do a Tucker Carlson interview, and I was like, nope, never again. I'm not gonna. I'm never watching her again. Like, don't care. Whatever content Just for the articles, yes. Exactly. There you go. Gross indeed, yeah. It was just like, I, I mean, if she's the sort of person who would, even contemplate going on Fox News, like it's like I already automatically don't care. Like, it's just, do I even need to explain that? you know, just sorry, just move my arm around again. Um, just all the disreputable stuff that Fox News has done, all the frankly pro-fascist stuff, helping get Trump in power and so on. It's causing no end of problems now. Turk got kicked off by like he just has his own shitty indie show now. Yeah, yeah. He was still on Fox News at the time. Anyway, moving right along. The consumers who are in a relationship alone with another girl. What? Why? Aw, poor naive Yuri. I guess because they want to hold the illusion in their head that the woman is available. And why is this only done with women? Why indeed? Wow, how naive does Yuri have to be to ask this kind of question? I mean, you have to be aware of the, gender roles and the, have some awareness of the social dynamics of the whole. How do I even explain this? The weird power dynamics between men and women, and the reasons that horny heterosexual men, lonely heterosexual men watch female content creators. You know so much and yet so little. Yeah, I know, right? Anyway, moving on. So why is this only done with women? Well, I guess because most of the people who make up a stream audience are interested in women rather than men. And look, the answer is probably pretty complicated. It might be pretty simple, actually. I mean, long story short, maybe I'll stream at some point, but definitely not in our first semester. Need to lock in for now. On your other question, I've actually faced a lot of tech issues. My machine is really old. I had one really insane one recently, though. Beer would just legitimately not boot up. Yeah, we got stuck on the Mobo splash screen. Oh, that's unfortunate. I was really worried. So, I took it to this repair shop, and of course, when he starts it up, it works fine. So I take it back, get everything plugged back in, and then it's broken again. What the F? So then Yuri says maybe the power cord isn't secure, but it is. So then she says try it without any peripherals, and I do, and it boots up perfectly. So I start trying them one at a time, and it turns out that somehow my USB mic, which was working perfectly the day before, is so effed that it's stopping my computer from effing booting. How is that even possible? So yeah, that was a pretty weird one. Stay safe, code. For the Mistress of Horror Yuri, with the recent success of Glitch Productions animated series, I figured I'd ask if you're interested in some horror stories made by the creator of one of their shows. Liam Vickers has written many stories on his creepypasta channel, Scary Story Time, with Liam before teaming up with Glitch to create Murder Drones. Some of which are really well written, the most well received one probably being Design. Okay, yeah, not familiar with any of that. Anyway. Oh yes, I've heard of this. I have in fact been watching The Amazing Digital Circus together with Natsuki. I've appreciated it greatly. I haven't heard of this gentleman's other work though. I am always a fan of horror well made, so I will look into your recommendation. Thank you. For the cinnamon bun, Sayori, since you said at some point you'd be interested in horror games that aren't too overly scary, may I suggest Inscription. Oh yeah, it's the card game, right? It's more focused on the card-based gameplay with the horror aspect than just working mostly as the ambience to accompany it. I haven't really heard of it. Card gameplay only sounds kinda interesting. Honestly, I think it's more of a Monica game. Yeah, I've played it. I agree that it's a me game. Because of the gameplay, or ... More because of the story. You like the story, Sayori. but you'd probably find the actual gameplay boring. You'll have to tell me what it's about later. I will. For Miss Ida, if she's still around for emails. Since you were looking forward to the club mods when they came up, have you also checked out the previous mods the club made? Oh, interesting. If so, which one is your favorite so far? And as promised, here's another poem. Time was okay. It's another question for you, Miss Ida. Oh? He's asking if you've seen all the mods in the club made before you joined. And if so, which mod that we've made is your favorite? I have played all of them, yes. My favorite scene from is the one Monica wrote about me in her cursed ship club mod. Amazing. Yeah, that was from season 2. That would have been before Masita like really joined the cast. I mean, like before before she's in on the whole super reality and all that. Wait, true story? Wait, I missed the context of that comment. Oh, about the microphone thing. Yeah. Yeah. Computers are mysterious things. I always say. Anyway, with the cursed ship mod. Oh, don't worry, Maga. It really was a faithful portrayal of me. When it comes to whole mods, MC's Club of Cthulhu mod and Yuri's gender-flipped dating sim, they were particular favorites. Yeah. Yeah, they were good. But my favorite was Sayori's Natsuki Quest mod. That one seemed like it was a lot of work. Yeah, it was. So there you go, emailer. Fair enough. He also wanted to get our feedback on a poem. Time is on. Time. It keeps on moving into the future, a future of uncertainty, constantly changing everything, leaving nothing as before, slowly but surely, like a river carefully carving its bed, like the ocean waves piling sand at the beach, never stopping, never going back, never to be underestimated. Helplessly, we all rush along to keep up with time, or be left behind, because time waits for no one. Thanks for your time, and once again, apologies for apparently not knowing how to write short mails. Okay. Well done, I'd say. Time is a mighty current indeed. It'll wash you away in the end, no matter how you try to keep up. Good analogies. That feature of uncertainty bit makes me think the author's life is uncertain. Like they're struggling to keep up with things or feel behind. I know because I write poetry that uses words like that when I feel that way. Hope you're doing okay, Code. Just because someone writes something that sounds mentally rough doesn't mean they need sympathy, Natsuki. We know that by now in the Literature Club. I like your poem a lot, Code. I guess I don't worry about time as much. It is like being on a river. You're always being carried forward. So why swim or struggle? You're in the river anyway, right? That's how I feel about it. It's hard to feel that zen about it for me. I've been feeling frustrated by the lack of progress in my life for a long time. Yeah? That's an interesting thing for MC to say. I mean, I guess that's what drives him. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, his character has developed a lot over the first 3 1/3 seasons. Anyway, just a lack of progress in my life for a long time. Now the progress is happening and it feels like it's all going so fast. It's really scary. Aw, come on, we've only been here for a few weeks. Barely started. Yuri, do you have any poem feedback? You write, like a river carefully carving its bed, but there is a misplaced apostrophe. Oh, right. The it's should be an it's with no apostrophes. It is possessive. Yep, it's one of those annoying English rules. It's true. Other than that, I have nothing to add to my colleague's excellent thoughts. Well, all right then. I think with that, we're just about done with club for today. Cool. And like I said, now that emails are done, I'm going to save and I think that's going to be it for the stream today. Your stream, yeah. Cool. Good stuff. Yeah, like, what can I say? Plenty of good character moments and stuff. Yeah, what can I say? There's plenty to talk about. I probably shouldn't say any more, frankly. I need to save my voice. I'm gonna see about who to raid. And I think. Sorry, bear with me here. Respell and heal quickly. Let's hope. Let's hope. I just. Okay. I think I'm going to give a raid to Auxiliary, who is playing Silk Song. So we can get some. Maybe we can get some vicarious enjoyment of, of watching Silk Song when I can't play it due to having only one good hand at the moment. Yeah, she's a lot bigger streamer than I am, so my 2 viewers are just going to disappear there. But she'll hopefully recognize me because I, I was giving her a barrage of gameplay tips the other day. So, yeah, she's enjoying the game. She's at an earlier point in the game than I am, so I feel okay watching her stream the game. Anyway, yeah, good stuff. Closing thoughts? I don't know. I feel like there were schemes and plots set up in the previous session that we have yet to see. Maybe we're going to see them coming up in the latter half, which hopefully I'll stream the rest of this next week. We'll see how that goes. But that's all for now. Until next time.
Oxy? Oh my god, turn my sticks for the raid. He's Imperial loves mangoes. What the fuck was that? I like mangoes, but I got sick of them as a kid. I had so many mangoes. I thought that was part of the game. I was like, yo, did we just meet a new boss? I was like really excited. I was like, wait, this song's kind of a bop? And then I was like, oh. That actually distracted me. Am I going the right way? Where am I? Okay, this seems right. Ooh, scared the shit out of me, chat. Look at that. God tier gamer over here. Okay. Is there another boss? Give me a boss. I think I've been over here actually. I have been over here. Oh yeah, I think it was harder.